Yeah, that's how I do it this way.
Judge, before we get on this meeting,
We're on the Zoom.
can you mute? I just want to, I think I've got Thank you.
All right, let's go on the record in State versus Pritchett and Robinson, 20 SC 176922. It is Wednesday afternoon at 1 o'clock. Our jurors are here and ready to go. I trust Mr. Carmody is right outside. Mr. Hiles, is there anything we need to take up before we bring the jurors in?
Yes, I was just talking about disclosure of witnesses in this case. RC Sluss was a cell data expert. I'm trying to pull up some of the original witness list. I thought he was disclosed. I know he is on the amended witness list. He would be a substitute as other witnesses who were originally slated were not available this week to testify to the records. It is.
So whatever Sluss is going to be talking about, I assume it's cell phones, where they were, et cetera, is what maybe Liam Packer or someone else on the witness?
Or in for Sprinkle, but it was people that either weren't experts anymore or qualified. And it's no new information. It is a substitute. And I looked back, we had in discussions with previous counsel for Mr. Robinson being Ms. Taylor. She had been sent his information. I don't know if it's on the formal witness list, but she'd also been sent his CV. I'm not saying that Ms. Minot is, and I could have ended up adding it on the amended, and it might not have been, but there's been several witnesses filed.
Did Sluss prepare a report?
So yes, it's the same report that I guess would have been more or less everything else. It is, and I turned that over.
When did you turn his report over?
So it kicked back last night because it was in PowerPoint form. I don't need, it can be a demonstrative. I don't need to put it in like I normally do as a summary of the records. But it is, I did turn it over, but it is very clear. It is one phone call that we were talking about. And it was reflected on the records as they were turned over in the original discovery.
So the report that investigator Sluss prepared, the PowerPoint, whatever we want to call it, that's something that you didn't provide to Ms. Mignot until at the earliest last night, but it didn't go through last night.
Until this morning at 6.
Okay, so and then Sluss, you think may have been disclosed early, or was disclosed to Ms. Taylor several lawyers ago for Mr. Robinson, and then you've been stuck in this sort of gray area of I don't know what moved across. I thought I gave Ms. Mignot everything, something about a hard drive, making it difficult for you to recreate what you provided. But the data that Sluss is relying on, are you confident that that was provided to Ms. Mignot when she provided the empty hard drive to your office?
100%. It is on the exhibit list. Is Tyrone Robinson's cell site location information.
So I don't see anything on the exhibit list that says, was that Robinson CDR?
CDR, yes.
Okay. But it being on the exhibit list doesn't mean you got it to Ms. Mignot.
No, it was given. It is on the, yes. It is T-Mobile records.
Okay, so what's new-ish would be Sluss's synthesis of that data to come up with whatever's in the PowerPoint.
Yes.
Okay.
But on the records itself, the records themselves explicitly say that it's bouncing off the tower at 14th and Piedmont. And this is just a visual representation of which.
Okay. So Ms. Mignot, I don't know if you've had a chance even to look through the PowerPoint, but you know the two remedies here. One is, well, I don't know that we call one of them a remedy. One is we press on, the other is you get a continuance. I don't know that that's what you want, but I want to give you and Ms. Blake a chance to look through the PowerPoint to see if beyond the fact that it was late disclosed is something that you think you would not be able to meaningfully respond to when Detective Sluss is testifying. I'm happy to say he doesn't get called today, he doesn't get called tomorrow to build in more time. But if this is a situation where you think it's highly controversial, the cellular data, it's subject to multiple interpretations and you want to hire an expert and all that, then we just need to figure out how to get the jury to come back some other week. But I don't think the remedy is going to be it doesn't get used, since it's the synthesis of data that was provided. And so you were equally able, should you have wanted to have your own expert analyze the data. And I'll couple that with my familiarity, not with this data, but akin to yours, familiarity with cell site data. It's more mechanistic, so it's not a subjective that looked like it was a serious fracture versus a minor fracture. The phone records say what they say, and some people know how to push that onto a map and go from there. So that's my initial reaction, and before I let you respond, Mr. Hiles is going to add more.
So he is notated on a witness list that was filed March 10th, 2023, position number 26, R. Sluss, cellular data expert. And I can tell you.
Oh, well, then he's still 26, so he's not new. He is not new to this list.
No, this is the only thing that this got kicked back, his little. Okay,
well, what was represented to me is that he is new to the witness list, and that's not accurate.
I couldn't confirm it until I pulled up I didn't want to speak until I had pulled up the witness list I filed in March of last year.
Okay, and that's in the docket, so it doesn't matter whether Beverly Taylor got it or someone from the conflict defender or Ms. Mignot. In the docket is a witness list with Sluss, cellular data expert. The world is on notice that he's a potential witness. Then what we're dealing with, we just narrowed the dispute a little bit. We're dealing with his report.
Yes.
Okay.
And the amended witness list that was filed 15 days or not, whatever, on the 15th of April, that was me going back. I had already filed notice of all of those witnesses on my 418s. And so I combined it to that witness list so it would be easy to read at trial, to the, none of those people are testifying until tomorrow anyway, so I don't think it's an issue.
Is there anyone on, so we can avoid this happening again, on your April 15th witness list who was not on a previous witness list? And if so, who is that? Because it seems like Ms. Mignot would have a reason to be concerned about some of those as well. And your response might be, no, look, it's in the 418 disclosure, but we're in the middle of trial and I don't like hearing about, I just got this. And she did just get the report. She did not just get Sluss as a witness. Her oversight, not yours, but the report she couldn't have had till this morning because that's when it went through. That's frustrating. Our jurors are waiting. And so I want to know, are there any witnesses on your April 15th, 2024 witness list who were not on an earlier witness list?
Does the earlier witness list include the 418 notifications?
You tell me. That's not a witness list, but if that's where you're including it, then people were on notice that those people existed, but you didn't identify them as witnesses you were going to call. And I'm not going to get hyper technical, but if your 418 notice included a police report with 9 officers, I would not expect Ms. Mignot to say, great, I'm ready on all 9 of those, because I don't think you're going to call all 9. If I'm going to do internal affairs requests, I'm not going to do it on all 9. I want to know which one you're going to call. So what I'm really focused on, you referenced a March 2023 witness list, which has got to be pretty similar to this because Sluss is the same number. He's number 26.
Yeah, it is the same. So I added Frederick, the ones that will be testifying is Frederick Clark and Vince Velasquez.
Okay.
And I did list them specifically on my 418 filing. It says list of witnesses. They are on list of witnesses expected to testify to the 418.
Okay. All right.
So it's not like and I added them to this trial list, I guess, to make it easy to read to the jury and all of that stuff. Understood.
But you believe through the 418 notice, everyone's been put on notice that if the 418 is coming in, Clark and Velasquez are going to be testifying.
Yes, and
Okay.
I had actually spoken at length with them, with.
Them being,
I mean, not that, with Mrs., Miss, who was the last, was it Miss Williams that was the last attorney?
yes, Ms. Williams.
I had lengthy discussions with her about that.
Okay. And those relate to Mr. Pritchett. Those don't relate to Mr. Robinson anyway.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Then let me now let Ms. Mignot say some things about her concerns because she raised them and I want to make sure I carefully address them in the next few minutes before we bring the jurors in. Ma'am.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you for the opportunity. As it pertains to what the state has emailed me this morning, it does not appear to be a report, and I would like the state to share it with the court. It looks like a PowerPoint slide presentation of what the state took and put together from the discovery, alleging that this is a report. But if you read it, it sounds like a college paper where you're giving a tutorial per se on cell phone, how cell phones work and how towers work.
Right. But I'm familiar. I mean, this is something the DA uses every time. You can give me a copy, but well, then you can take it back. So Sluss was on the original witness. I don't know why I'm calling it original, but the March 2023 witness list. So he's been on people's radar constructively for more than enough time as a cell data expert. I believe he's entitled to say all the things that are in what you're calling the report or college presentation, whether they can be backstopped by imagery. Well, we can have an argument about that, but the cellular data expert, assuming he's qualified, and you have a chance to voir dire him on that, could say, here's how cell phones work, and they ping off towers and this and that. As a demonstrative, I think it would be legally proper for Sluss to have, and here's a picture of a cell tower and see how it's divided into the three, what do they call them? Sectors, the three sectors. That would be part of his presentation. You ought to have seen those pictures further in advance than you are seeing them now. And so I don't know if why don't you keep going? But I just want to let you know that experts are, of course, free to share their knowledge with the jury. And it doesn't sound like it's a ton of synthesis of data, that most of it is, like you're saying, more of a primer on how phones work and how they ping off towers and things like that.
Right, so it's not an actual report. So normally when you have an expert, if an expert did a report, then you would have the physical report that the expert prepared. You can go through and you can prepare a cross-examination for the expert based on their report. Hey, I looked at your report, page 5 of your report says this, now you're saying that, how does that, corroborate? This is different. This is a bunch of pieces of pictures. Some of them even look like it was taken by the state, which is, I'm just gonna take a Google print and I'm gonna throw it in this slide and I'm gonna put cell towers and notes next to it. So there's also word in writing explaining what that is. I'm concerned because it's not the actual cell tower points, it's not the actual cell tower report, and I'm concerned it might create confusion for the jurors as it pertains to, oh wow, that is very authentic, that looks like it came from T-Mobile. That's not the case. The other issue I'm concerned about is the data that is listed in there does not belong to Mr. Robinson. It's some unknown females as the subscriber listed and what the state gave us.
Okay.
It's also another a phone number that is not connected to Mr. Robinson.
But isn't that a weight of the evidence? I mean, those are great points to make through whatever witness could say the subscriber to the phone was Wanda Jones and the phone number is a Nashville, Tennessee phone number. And that would go to the weight of the evidence, but I'm assuming, it hasn't come in yet, that there's going to be some way that the state believes they are connecting this phone to your client.
Right, if there's a relevance issue. Because if that's the case, Judge, let's just get your cell phone number, let's just get my cell phone bill, let's get everybody that live in the towers close to that location's bill, and the state could keep us here for the entire day on just presenting cell phone numbers and subscriber numbers.
Don't you think they have a connection between that phone number and your client? Do you think that Mr. Hiles randomly picked a phone number that showed in ways that were favorable to the state's case and is using that data? Do you know the evidence that the state has that they believe, you may disagree with it, but do you know the evidence that the state is going to propound to this jury that connects that cell phone number to Mr. Robinson?
At this point, no, because
Then pause. What connects that cell phone to Mr. Robinson, and why would Ms. Mignot not already know that?
In his Instagram dump and in the cell phone extraction that was him, he gave this number out 42 times alone to other people in his direct messages in his Instagram under 1100 baby slap.
So the way you're going to connect that phone number to Mr. Robinson is self-identification. You are going to present evidence that you believe would connect Mr. Robinson to 1100 baby slat. And then the user of that account, when saying, hey, you need to reach me, or here are my digits, this is my number, hit me up. That's the number that the user of 1100 baby slat provided.
Even messages, what's your name? Baby slap.
Okay, I'm not just, so that's the connective tissue you've got.
Yes.
Okay, this isn't something this is news to you that this is what the state's going to do, or you just think it's not particularly persuasive?
That is news to me as to what the state is gonna do, because if the state is saying, I'm connecting these cell phone records because this phone was used by your client, then that's different, Your Honor. But what we got this morning was the name of someone else, no connection to our client, and surprise, we're using this morning in.
Got it. So, you may have good objections on relevance and lack of foundation that have nothing to do with late disclosure, and you should maintain those. And if Sluss does testify, and there's an effort made to have him talk about phone records in a female's name with a number you don't think is connected with your client, you ought to object on foundation, relevance, et cetera. I'm assuming, but I don't know, that preceding Sluss will be testimony from someone who gets in all this information, that actually 1100 baby slat, here's the connection to Robinson, and look, 1100 baby slat keeps giving out this number as his or her number. If they don't do that, then you don't even need to worry about late disclosure. It's not coming in anyway. I want us to focus in the last few seconds we're going to spend on this for now before we bring the jury in, because Sluss isn't testifying today, correct?
No, he is. He'd be their second witness.
And you provided the report to Ms. Mignot from Sluss last night / this morning because
It is literally, it is literally what he's testifying to.
okay, but great. That's ought to be what the report is about, what he's testifying to. Why did it go out last night / this morning?
Because he was on the list. I was going to use another officer that was available who became not available. And so we went back to Sluss. That's why.
But the report, there's nothing special about the report that says Sluss. My guess is that if Liam Packer could be here, he could walk us through this.
Anybody could walk you through this. This is just normal filings.
So why did the report not go across a year ago or 3 weeks ago? What does the fact that you switched to Sluss have to do with the late disclosure of the report?
Because like I said, that whole analysis, that was discussed with Liam Packer and Demeester at the 2019 before I was when Mr. Parrish had the case. That whole drive I don't have. I'm not trying to railroad somebody. He doesn't even have to, if he just wants to testify to the records themselves and then just use this one. I mean, I don't need everything. I don't have to go off this thing. I mean, it's literally the synthesis of the data.
Who is testifying before Sluss, or is it Sluss who's going to say 1100 baby slat used this phone number 42 times?
So I have self-authenticating Instagram records with the registered email address being Robinson Tyrone 999@gmail.com. And then
that's complicating.
Then,
but when are you getting those in?
I'm just gonna get them in for self-authenticating.
But who's going to talk about what's in those records before Sluss is talking about, I looked at cell phone records from phone number 1234?
I'll do it before I'll ask him.
Okay, well, how, if Ms. Mignot had objected that these cell phone records mean anything about anything in this case, what was your response going to be? Because you wouldn't say to the jury, I've got these other records that show that 1100 baby slat uses that phone number.
My response was going to be, I was tendering whenever he testified because of order of witness availability, that I was going to tender the self-authenticating records.
Yep.
And then, so on the records that were provided to you, Officer Sluss, can you see, this particular, and what is the email address?
Okay, so you're doing that through Sluss anyway, because you made it sound like, well, I'll do it if I have to, but it didn't seem like a have to thing as opposed to a.
I had it all prepared to do together.
Okay.
And as we've been going, I have another, I'm gonna get it over as soon as, I keep getting emails that these PowerPoints are too large and bouncing off of Mission No, but at the same time, I sent this yesterday. J.P. Miller is gonna be testifying as a gang expert, that's been notified, expert file, and
As has Sluss, you are on solid ground having Sluss testify as a cell expert. Same with Miller as a gang expert. But if Ms. Mignot doesn't have the document they're going to be using, that is a proper objection to raise. I suspect you don't want a continuance either. So the sooner you can get to Ms. Mignot, any other PowerPoint, clearly email isn't the way to do it. Then I would do that, because I will entertain each and every objection Ms. Mignot has for, I just got this, if that is in fact accurate. It wasn't quite right about, I never heard of Sluss, but there are a million witnesses. And so no harm, no foul. We corrected it. She heard about Sluss constructively, but the report she didn't get till this morning. And I'm hearing you that a lot of it is about as demonstrative as can be. This is a cell tower. This is how it works. I'm inclined to let him use that, but the synthesis part, even if Ms. Mignot just wanted, like, let me make sure the cell phone records show there was a phone call on that day, she hasn't had a chance to do that.
she has, because that's what the records that were given to her said.
Well, she has the records, but the significance you're placing on a particular call, that you are having an expert talk about, that connection she hasn't had.
Which reflected in the records, it says call made, time, location.
I believe it's in there, but what you're doing is having an expert say, let me tell you how this works, and here's this one call, and it's a significant call. It may well be that, again, constructively, Ms. Mignot had that information because she's got 4,000 pages of phone records, but if the expert is going to be talking about that one, I think she's entitled to know that's part of what he's going to be talking about. It's expert disclosure. Yes, you disclose the phone records, no question. You disclose Sluss, no question. But the substance of his testimony is just basic discovery. And it can be your summary of it. It doesn't have to be like in federal practice when they're bringing in an expert on how stent works and everyone gets a 3,000 page report from the expert, which is super expensive. But the thing that you tried to push across last night and she got this morning is something that should have been disclosed a long time ago. And I just want to make sure if there is synthesis in there, they've had enough chance to look at it. I appreciate your point that this is not a controversial one. This is much more of what I call an educational expert. Sluss did not use a fancy piece of equipment and years of PhD training to develop what he's going to testify to, which doesn't mean he's not an expert. It just means there's not a counter expert out there who's going to say,
if that'll make it easier.
I'm not telling you what to do. I just want us to not have to stop the trial again because you're giving something to Ms. Mignot for the first time. All right? So whatever other PowerPoints they are, please get them to her. Ms. Mignot, tell me specifically the relief you are seeking that does not involve excluding Sluss from testifying because he was noticed over a year ago as an expert.
Your Honor, we at least need an opportunity to look at what the state says that this witness is going to testify to.
Okay. Do you now have the PowerPoint?
We got it this morning, unless it's been changed. Counsel, did you change it?
I took out 3 slides because I'm not putting in the information on the Sprint, which is Mr. Pritchett's records.
Okay. So does Ms. Mignot have a hard copy or the only hard copy is the one in your hand?
It's the one in my hand.
Okay. What I'm going to do, Ms. Mignot, is leave that with you and Ms. Blake. Although I realize what we're about to do next is have you cross-examine a witness. So I'm going to leave it with Ms. Blake and she can flip through it. And if we need to pause, I'll let the jury know why we're pausing and it's not because of you. Okay. All right. Do you have anything else, Ms. Mignot, at this time?
Yes, Your Honor, the Guns Up revised video was sent this morning, and I've gone through it, and I have the timestamps where children still appear. And based on my limited knowledge of how these clips work, you could easily clip out the 2 seconds, like between 37 seconds and 40 seconds, the children are there, and you could still get this video played and see the performances and all the other things.
Sure.
The children taken out, so these are the timestamps.
Can I have a copy of that?
Yes, sure.
Great.
I copied you on the email.
But I don't think you copied me on the email that says these are the timestamp, unless that's what you're talking about.
Oh, I didn't realize, yes, I think they're what we discussed yesterday, backgrounds.
I'm gonna watch it, but it's helpful to have the timestamp. So if I can have that, I'll give it back to you. You can let me borrow it.
Oh, yes.
I'll give it back, but that way, if I'm able to watch it, so come on up. Thank you. Anything else on behalf of Mr. Robinson?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Pritchett, AKA the accused, which is how I will refer to you when the jury is in here. Is there anything we need to discuss on the record before the jurors come in?
Yes, I do have some objections. Just I guess to piggyback off what was really.
1 second. Deputy Gordon, can you reorient the monitor? Yes, sir.
To kind of piggyback off of what was discussed just now between the state and Mr. Mignot. There's been like a complete lack of disclosure to me of, pretty much everything, being that I've come to figure out that most of this case is on digital records. And so that is my main objection, being that I have lack of disclosure of, I would say, what it seems like 90% of what's going on. And I know the court has their own perspective and understanding that I had previous attorneys that they think disclosed to me, but you can look at, you can ask Toya Williams, she only came to see me twice. One time she didn't even have the discovery, and the second time was, I believe, maybe approximately 8 days ago, and so like I said, I saw 90%, I did not see 90% of what's going on, before me, so it just makes it impossible for me to have any type of preparation or defense towards anything. It's like at this point, can the court, or if the court really wanted me to have full disclosure, I would think they would at least appoint standby counsel, or, I mean, at this point, being that I'm literally being forced to, participate and go through the proceedings, or else I'll be kicked out and somebody will be operating on my behalf without my consent. Can the previous attorneys come back to the situation, or can I have an allotted time period to obtain my own counsel, which would be, I would expect to be, of course, be a reasonable time period, because like I said, it's like at this point, the prejudice against me is absurd, because it's like jurors see that, I'm not saying that they're making any type of inferences just for my lack of responses or my little words to what's going on, but it's just like, it's literally impossible for me to properly participate in the proceedings.
All right.
It's one of my objections,
Okay, well, we'll start with that one. You and I had a discussion about how it would be complicated representing yourself. You told me you understood that and you wanted to proceed with self-representation. I granted that request. What doesn't get to happen is now that the trial has started, you change your mind and we have to stop the trial and do it again some other time. So the die was cast when I granted your request after a lengthy conversation, a record of which has been made. So if down the road there's an appeal and you want to challenge that, all that will be on the record. But I found and continue to find that you purposefully, intentionally, voluntarily, knowingly, and intelligently exercise your right to self-representation. For someone who is in custody, that creates a host of complications, most of which we discussed. I'll also note that to date, the evidence that the state has introduced in terms of exhibits consists of a handful of pictures, a couple Ring camera videos, which you've had a chance to watch during trial. I'm not quite sure what you would have done with those videos if you had them 3 weeks ago, as opposed to having seen them now. I've given you an opportunity at the end of the state's direct examination to ask any questions you have of any of the witnesses, and you've participated as you saw fit. But you didn't ask for standby counsel. You asked for no counsel. In the past, you've asked for Jesus as your counsel. And if he's here for you, he can stay here for you. But you are representing yourself and you are working through the pros and cons of that situation. You have other objections?
I didn't know that standby counsel was even an option until recently, just according to my research. I didn't ask for no counsel. I simply just decided to, at that moment, remove Ms. Williams because of her ineffectiveness and what she was basically stating to me, that she was going to be ineffective. Like, she was telling me she was going to be ineffective and that she had no defense. And like I said, she's only seen two times. One time with information and this and that. And it wasn't a long meeting, it wasn't a long, conversation.
Okay.
But like I said, it's
What's your next objection? I think you said you had plural, so I want to make sure we cover them before the jurors come back in.
I just don't understand, Mr. McBurn, how can I just see forward without any type of disclosure of evidence against me? I did not, even when I, went through the parade hearing, I did not have a complete understanding or knowledge that if I did fire that attorney, that I would not have full access to discovery.
Okay.
I knew some things were digital, but like I said, if the court really wanted to protect the right, a due process, a constitutional right, we would at least, order standby or somebody to be able to, show me whatever might have been digitized.
Tell me what it is that you'd like to see.
I want full disclosure. I want full disclosure of all the digital evidence.
Okay. Anything else?
I do have another objection as far as the media coverage. It's been brought to my attention, and that the article and the coverage in regards to me is highly prejudiced and could possibly be seen by potential jurors and whom else that may be, have an influence in the situation. It's just highly prejudiced towards me. And I'm just objecting, and I do not think they should be here, especially since they're just putting out false information in regards to me.
Okay, so fair concern. The media and the general public has a First Amendment right to be here. They're here consistent with the Uniform Superior Court rules as authorized by the Supreme Court of Georgia. I am being very careful with this jury to ensure as best I can that they are not consuming any of that media. And I'll certainly make an inquiry to see that they're complying with that. So I share your concern, and I think I'm taking the appropriate and certainly required steps to ensure that this jury gets its evidence, if there is any evidence of your connection to these crimes, from here in court and not through any other medium. Anything else?
So the media is going to stay?
The media is going to stay over your objection. It's noted, it's on the record.
I guess my last objection is again, just not only was I not disclosed of discovery, I have not been disclosed of, again, I know this has been brought to your attention numerous times. And it's only because of the lack of response that I've been getting from this court. And so again, just so I can get a better understanding, and maybe not a full understanding of the jurisdiction of this court, is this in Article 1 or Article 3 court?
All right, you're right. Numerous times you've objected, and you are very well protected insofar as there's appeal in this case, and you're part of bringing it. You will have preserved your right to challenge personal jurisdiction, subject matter jurisdiction, any form of jurisdiction you could dream up. You have preserved your right to challenge that. Let's bring the jurors in, please.
I couldn't give you affirmative answer to that question.
You got my answer.
No, the question was in Article 1 or Article 3 court, or neither. Can I please have an answer from the court?
Your Honor, I think, can you tell the gallery they're not allowed to make signs to the witness when they're testifying?
All right, the jurors. Mr. President, the county court.
Thank you, Deputy Gordon. Everyone else can be seated, please. Hello, jurors. Happy Wednesday. Thank you for being here on time. We were here on time as well. We have had to work through a number of issues that occasionally arise in trial. They just were a bunch that piled on top of each other. So I apologize that you spent a bonus hour not receiving evidence, but we were removing obstacles to your ability to receive that evidence. And I have asked the lawyers to do a better job of sorting out those obstacles, not on your time. Two things before we dive into where we were, which is having Mr. Carmody back on the stand for cross-examination. One, Mr. Pritchett, who is known as the accused for the purposes of this trial, has elected to dress differently today. He was dressed in a different way yesterday by his own choice, not by any order or directive of mine or anyone else's. And I just want to continue to encourage you to maintain a news blackout. Insofar as there is coverage of this case, you need to do your best to stay away from it. Should you bump into it, push it aside. And if you feel like there was an incident where someone ran up to you and despite you covering your ears, yelled at you a whole lot about the case, just make sure you let me know so that I can talk to you about it. And it may be the lawyers want to ask you a few questions so we can make sure that that's not a big issue. I don't expect anyone to run up to you and yell at you about the case, but you know what I mean. You can inadvertently stumble across something and you shouldn't. Well, if it's inadvertent, you haven't done anything wrong, but you just need to set that aside. Okay? Can we have Mr. Carmody back on the stand, please? Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
You are still Mr. Carmody?
Yes, sir.
You are still under oath. You completed your direct examination, and I'm going to have Ms. Mignot conduct her cross-examination if she has any questions for you. Ma'am?
Your Honor?
You bet.
Good morning, Mr. Carmody.
Good morning.
My name is Marcia Mignot, and I represent Mr. Tyrone Robinson sitting here at council table with me. I'm going to be asking you some questions about some of your testimony from yesterday when you were on the stand. Because we have a court reporter that is taking down what we are saying, I'm going to ask you to wait until I have complete my question before you begin your answer. And I will be respectful to do the same to allow you to finish your answer before I begin my next question. This is so that the court reporter can take down what both of us have said during these proceedings.
Got it.
Thank you, sir. Now, let's go back to November the 8th of 2019. You were present at the 1040 Wiley Street location for a party, correct?
Yes.
And you all had placed that party on social media prior to the party occurring, correct?
No, not all of us had posted that we were having a party there, no.
Who posted?
I'm pretty sure only Jackson and Chris.
And when you say Chris, I think we had a couple Chris's in the mix.
Apologize.
You don't apologize, just which Chris?
Riggs.
Riggs.
And for comfort, so that you're not leaning back and leaning forth, if you want to sit a little closer to your microphone just to make sure we can hear you. Awesome. Thank you, sir. Now, your testimony is that Jackson and Riggs are the two individuals that posted the party on social media.
Yes,
Isn't it true that that post that you have knowledge about was telling individuals about drugs and alcohol and girls at the party?
no,
What was the post about?
that there was a Halloween party at the house.
Okay. Did you just advertise, hey, Halloween party, everybody come in?
Well, again, I didn't post anything about the party, nor did I have any partaking in making the post.
Okay. So the post was to invite other people, correct?
Yes,
And when you post a function like this on social media, it's not just to people that you specifically know, correct?
I think that can all depend on where you're posting it and who you're posting it to and who the person that's posting it may be.
Okay, so if Jackson or Riggs posted it in a setting with people that you really don't know, it would have gotten out to individuals that you may not know personally, correct?
Yes,
Now, as it pertains to the evening, I believe your testimony was the party started around 11, is that correct?
if that's what I said, yes, around 10, 11.
Okay. And once you got to the party around 10 or 11, there were a bunch of people. You said, I think it's a maximum of 18. Do you recall?
I do recall. Yeah, I said it was around 18 to 20 people at max.
Okay. And I believe there were times where some of the people might have left and the numbers got smaller. Is that accurate?
Yes,
Now let's talk about what you consumed. You consumed drugs and alcohol that evening, correct?
no,
Is it your testimony that you didn't partake of any of the alcohol or drugs?
I was drinking alcohol. I didn't do any drugs that night.
Okay. And how old were you at the time?
At the time, I would be 18.
So you were not authorized to drink by law, correct?
No,
Now, as it pertains to the drugs that were present, what type of drugs are we talking about?
from what I was seeing, ketamine and marijuana in edible forms.
Now, the other party goers had also consumed some of the ketamine, the marijuana, and alcohol, correct?
Yes,
And is it fair to say that everybody was, if not high, some people were just having a buzz, as you refer to it sometimes?
I would say yes.
And sometimes having that buzz can make you feel a little bit loopy, correct?
Yes, depending on the person or what you're drinking. I think so. Yeah.
Now, let's talk about when the girls arrived. The young ladies that we're talking about is Lauren and Riley. Lauren Riley and Lyndsey Kallish. You're stating that you were the person who let them into the party.
Yes.
And when you let them into the party, I believe your testimony was neither of them spoke to you at the door?
Yeah, they just walked right in.
Did you ever find out who they were there with at the party?
No, just knew that they came and they were invited by Chris. That's all. Didn't know who else they knew.
Did Jackson and Riggs ever mention their name before they arrived?
No.
Okay. Now, upstairs of the location in the bedroom that's where the drugs were, right?
Up on the top floor, yes, which would be the third floor.
And when you all called the police, were you the only person that called the police?
Yes.
In fact, when you called the police, in fact, prior to you calling the police, let me back up a little bit. You testified you kept looking on the ground because you're afraid if you looked up at anybody, you'd be shot in the back of the head.
Yes.
So is it fair to say that the majority of the time that this incident was going on, you were looking at the ground?
No,
So explain how much of the time you were looking at the ground to avoid being shot and how much time you were actually looking and interacting with these individuals.
unfortunately, I had no actual recollection of being able to tell how much exact time I was looking at the ground and from when I had a gun to the back of my head to help him find the drugs and the claimed money he said was in the house.
And in fact, you thought the weapons were fake initially, right?
At first, when I walked in, yes.
And as we sit here today, you don't know if those weapons are real because they were never fired, were they?
No, they were never fired.
You testified that you could see fingers. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes.
Isn't it true that the alleged assailants had masks and gloves at the incident?
I don't recall seeing gloves.
Could that be because you had consumed alcohol and you were not clear in your thought process?
No, I think it's because of the timeline from when it happened and also because of how fast it happened and the fact that we were being assaulted.
Now, in terms of the money, there was about $15,000 there that evening, correct?
I was never aware of any money in the house.
So you're close friends with Jackson?
Yes,
And Jackson sells drugs in California, correct?
not that I'm aware of.
You've known Jackson for approximately a year before the incident,
Give or take, yeah.
and you all became close friends, correct?
Yes,
So close that you went to California to visit Jackson prior to coming to Atlanta, right?
yes.
And is it your testimony that you don't know that Jackson sells drugs in California?
When I went to California, Jackson was a model. I'm not sure who or what agency he was with, but I knew he was modeling.
Would it surprise you if Jackson's testimony was that he bought drugs from California to sell?
Right, you know what? That's not the person here. That's not a proper question to confront someone with someone else's testimony. You can ask him what he knows and we'll go on from there.
As it pertains to your relationship with Jackson, is the only employment that you are aware of is that he's a model?
Yes,
And you are not aware of any money being at the party that night?
I was not aware of any money as they had asked me where it was and I had no answer to give them.
Prior to law enforcement arriving, you called the police, and during your call to the police, Jackson told you to hang up the phone, correct?
Yes,
And he told you to hang up the phone because he was concerned that you all would have been arrested for the drugs that you had at the home, correct?
Objection, this calls for speculation.
Not how it was worded. So why don't you repeat your question?
Repeat it.
Would you remember the question?
I don't know.
Okay. Try again. I don't have to be exact, wherever you were.
Thank you, Judge. Jackson told you to hang up the phone because he was concerned. He told you that you all would be arrested because you had illegal drugs at the house.
Yes,
Okay. And you were trying to get off the 911 call after Jackson told you that, right?
no,
Isn't it true that the 911 operator was talking to you and you said, I'm going to hang up because my battery is dying?
yes,
But your battery was not dying, was it, sir?
it was.
Isn't it also true that the 911 operator said, give me another cell phone number? And you said you don't have another cell phone number.
Yes,
And you could have provided a cell phone number for anybody else was at the party, correct?
Yes.
But you didn't do that.
No, I did not.
And isn't it true that's because you were concerned you would be arrested for the illegal drugs there?
No.
You don't know, sir, if it's anybody who had received the social media post that came to the party that night and assaulted you all, correct?
Can you repeat that question?
You are not aware, correct? Whether when you posted your party on social media, whether Jackson or Riggs, let me be more accurate, whether when Jackson or Riggs posted the party on social media, the individuals that invaded the home could have been one of the two individuals that received the post about the party, right?
Based off what I saw and what happened, I don't believe that's how it went down. So,
How would you know that based on what you saw?
from when the woman left the house to the 1 minute later of a door being kicked in by two men.
So you're saying that the two men could not have come in at the same time one of the women left?
I don't believe that would have happened.
Okay. Now, as it pertains to the post, you don't know who all received it, right?
No, I do not.
Now, once you called the police and the police arrived, in fact, you hung up on 911, correct?
Yes.
Once the police arrived, you were outside of the property. You met the police outside?
Yes.
And was anyone inside that was in your group cleaning up the drugs and the money?
I don't recall.
Now, you did not go and seek any care at a hospital, right?
No, I went into the back of the ambulance.
And once you went into the back of the ambulance, you decided to go and take your flight and leave the state of Georgia, correct?
Yes.
And you left and went to a concert that you all had already planned to attend.
Yes.
Now, as it pertains to your wallet, I believe your testimony was your wallet and maybe your retainers were taken?
They took the retainers in the wallet, but they threw the wallet out on a street or a block behind, somewhere close by the house.
Okay. And as we sit here today, you don't have any evidence or any personal knowledge or any knowledge whatsoever that my client, Mr. Robinson, took your wallet.
No.
You don't have any evidence that my client, Mr. Robinson, took your retainer.
No, couldn't see their face.
Now, once you took your flight and you left, you arrived in Texas, correct?
Yes.
And that was supposed to be for your attendance of the Travis Scott concert.
Yes.
Now, for those of us who don't know Travis Scott, he is a rapper, correct?
Yes.
And he's a very popular rapper.
Yes.
And his concerts sometimes have what you all call a mosh pit, right?
I think so, yes.
And are you familiar with the mosh pits?
Objection, relevance.
Where are we going with this?
We're going to head injuries.
His head injury?
No, he was not the individual.
He wasn't, correct.
with the head injury.
Where are we going with him? And how about this? Did you go into the mosh pit at the,
No, I had VIP access, so I was backstage and in like the.
not in the mosh pit?
Well, there's some relevance to how mosh pits work, Your Honor.
If you don't associate anyone with this case to the mosh pit, there is no relevance. It's educating the juror on mosh pits at a concert where no one affiliated with this case was in the mosh pit. If you can establish through this witness that someone associated with this case was in a mosh pit, you can keep going. Otherwise, it's a dead end.
Got it. Jackson had attended that concert with you, correct?
Yes.
And you all were both enjoying the Travis Scott concert.
Yes.
And you all had a mosh pit that occurred at the concert the day after that you had gone to, correct?
Like I just stated, we had VIP tickets, so we were not in the mosh pits. The mosh pits consist inside of a crowd that stands in front of the artist performing. We were basically closest to the artist as we were behind the rails, watching the mosh pit and sitting up on the stage.
End of inquiry.
Your Honor, if I may have a brief moment.
Sure.
Thank you.
I want to be clear. End of inquiry about mosh pits. You can ask him any other questions you want. We hit that dead end with the mosh pits. That's all I meant.
Understood.
Good. I thought you did.
Just briefly, Judge. Now, during the incident, you were not hit with a weapon, correct?
No.
Nothing further, Judge.
Turning to the accused, sir, do you have any questions for Mr. Carmody?
I do have some simple brief questions.
Okay, they don't have to be simple or brief, but if you've got some questions, if you don't mind, I don't know where Deputy Gordon went. It's fine if he goes up to the podium. This is our first time having the accused ask questions. I prefer the podium because then folks can, but I just don't know about mobility. Where's Deputy Gordon? He's on a break? Okay, so we've got questions from the accused and he needs to be near a microphone. So I don't know how you want to work that. It's good? All right, sir, come on up to the podium. You are welcome to keep your mask on as long as the witness and the court reporter can understand what you're saying.
I do apologize for just the confusion of where I am and moving around. Hey, how you doing, Mr. Holden?
I'm doing good. How are you?
And I'm blessed. Peace and blessings upon you. I do have some simple questions. Do you remember, I believe it was specifically on 11/12/19, a conversation you had with Investigator Maldonado?
Repeat that. When was the date?
The date was November 12th, 2019.
I don't recall now.
So did you, okay, on that day, did you have any type of call with any investigator?
I don't recall.
How about on any date? Did you end up, after you were gone from Atlanta, speaking with Atlanta law enforcement about the situation?
I do remember obviously after, but I don't know if it was 2 days after it because I got a call from the guy who found my wallet. And then from there, I don't really recall the call.
Possibly to help your memory, it says that you received the call and your voicemail was full, but then you texted him and you immediately called back.
Again, this was so long ago, I don't remember all my call logs or text messages.
So you had no conversation with no investigators after the incident?
Like I told you, I don't remember making those phone calls or making those texts. I'm sure they could have been made or were made, but I do not recall it as it was almost 5 years ago.
You're not saying they didn't happen, you just don't remember the contents of them.
Exactly. I do not remember.
Okay, well, just maybe possibly it might come, I can bring you to some recollection. In the phone call with Investigator Maldonado.
So, Mr. Pritchett, I'm going to interrupt you so the state doesn't need to object. If you want to refresh his recollection, which you're free to do, and you've got a document that you think if he looked at it would refresh his recollection, you can have him look at it and read it silently. But it's not appropriate for you to read into the record and for the jury to hear the contents of the report. That'd be hearsay. But you're certainly entitled to say, hey, take a look at this. Does this refresh your recollection about a conversation you may have had with Investigator Maldonado?
Okay,
So if you want to do it that way, that's fine, and I'll just have the deputy bring him if there's something you want him to look at, you should just, if it's a 10-page document, say, hey, just read page 7 or whatever it is.
it's not long.
Okay. Mr. Hiles.
This is Malvinato, not, that's right.
Okay, then he can hand him a ham sandwich. If that refreshes his recollection, it refreshes his recollection. So I just want to make sure we're doing this the right way, and reading it aloud is not the right way.
I guess I said that not that it's inappropriate, that I would like the record to reflect what document is being handed.
Okay, and you'll need to be able to see whatever page is going up there. That's how it works for everyone. So if, you want him to read all those pages or just one page?
This paragraph and this paragraph, please.
Okay. And sir, you believe that that's an excerpt from Investigator Maldonado's report?
Yes, it's described specifically as case narrative.
Great.
Okay, it's just these two.
So take your time reading those. When you have read them, look back up, and then you may have more questions from this questioner. Did you have a chance to read that?
Yeah.
Okay, back to you.
And you understand it, you understood it?
Yeah, I completely understood it.
Okay. Did it help with any of your memory? Possibly?
Not necessarily with the memory of making that phone call and discussing that, but it definitely reminds me of what I said about exactly what happened.
Okay. So based off what you read, investigator did state that during the phone call, you stated that on one of the gentlemen that obviously raided the house, it states that you said you observed a tattoo on one of the male's upper left arm shoulder. Basically, my question is, I know it's been a long time and you barely remember this. Does it come to your mind any type of recollection of what that tattoo might have been?
Absolutely not, no.
But you did see a tattoo on somebody.
I can't even remember what tattoo it was, so I can't really answer that. I don't think so, no.
Okay. But you do remember telling the investigator that you saw a tattoo.
Like I told you before, I don't remember making these phone calls or these texts, as it was nearly 5 years ago. I just recall seeing what I said, as that is my statement. I do not recall making that exact phone call, though, and telling him every single last one of those things.
So is it possible the detective is lying, or
no?
But you could have possibly said these things, correct?
Of course.
Okay. And you could have left out some things too, possibly on that one phone call too, because in here, it also, in your statement to the investigator, it does not state that you were injured or touched in any way. And I know you said it was 2 days after the incident, 11/12. I would think that if you were injured, I'm not saying you weren't, but if you were, that you would have reported that to the investigator at the time.
In that report, if I read it correctly, I did say I was hit. I never said I was injured, though.
No, you stated specifically.
So you don't get to go back and forth about, he's reviewed it, and you can ask him about what he remembers. And that's sort of where we are.
Okay. That's pretty much it. Just to clarify for the record, so you could have possibly had this conversation where you told the investigator that on one of the gentleman's upper left arm shoulder, you saw a tattoo, you could have had that conversation and stated those words to that investigator?
Yes.
Okay. So, thank you, sir.
Thank you. Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, questions from the jurors for Mr. Carmody? I see a few cards. Deputy, if you don't mind collecting the cards, please. Thank you. More. Thank you. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, we're having to change our format a little bit once we get your questions. I need the courtroom to talk about them, so I need you to take a quick break. This will be quick because once we've had our discussion about these, you'll be brought back in. Don't leave quite yet. Give me 1 second. All right, if you go to the jury room hallway, don't go far. Don't talk about the case. No outside research. All right, Mr. Hiles, come get these, read them, pass them around so that they go to Mr. Pritchett at the end, and we will discuss. If you're done with some cards, please get them to Mr. Pritchett so that we can be multitasking. So why don't you stand over by him and we can move this faster. Thank you. And Mr. Hiles, if you'll stay over there, you're going to get from Mr. Pritchett to me those cards. Thank you. Thank you. So other than the question about whether something will be an exhibit, they seem like appropriate questions. Did you have any objection, Mr. Hiles, to any of the questions?
No.
Ms. Mignot?
No, you're right.
And sir, the accused, did you have any objections to me asking these questions of the witness? You'll be given a chance to follow up on these topics if there's anything about his answers to them that you want to follow up on. Any objection? Let's bring the jurors in, please. Mr. Hiles, the Dropbox you sent has a ginormous file and then a small file. Is the small file the still of the sneakers, or it's also a video?
It's just a still. That was, I didn't feel like creating a new Dropbox. That's how I asked the editor to take a
still of the sneakers.
yes, I
Okay.
asked her to do that, and then
All rise for the jury.
Thank you, Deputy. Mr. Carmody, few follow-up questions. Can you tell the jurors what you remember about what the two assailants, whatever term you want to use from the guys who broke in, or gals, what they were wearing?
The most I recall is mainly the mask. I don't recall what pants they were wearing, what hoodies, jackets. I just remember the mask most specifically. And like I had said yesterday, I believe a monkey mask and a mask that almost looks like kind of like a purge mask. If you've seen the movie, it almost looks like a very scary face, just the big grin on it.
You were asked about a statement you may have given to Investigator Maldonado about seeing a tattoo on an arm, maybe even a shoulder. Do you remember anything about clothing that would explain how you could see what's on someone's shoulder as opposed to their wrist or their chest or anywhere else?
I think whenever one of the assailants was grabbing all of the edibles upstairs as he had brought me up there, when he was bent over, I believe that I may have been able to see something on his side of his shoulder through the sleeve of his shirt.
Share with the jurors what the lighting was like in the room you were in initially when you said you got down on the ground and when the attack first happened.
It was, I don't recall the name of the lights, but they were light bulbs that basically can change colors. And there was kind of like not a very bright red, but I want to say kind of like a darkish red. And then there was more just normal light bulbs closer to the door that they had opened to first get inside the house. And then closer towards the kitchen were the red lights in the ceiling.
How would you describe, so that was, thank you.
Sorry.
No, it was it's a fine answer. Based on that combination of lighting, if you had a magazine in your hand, could you read it? Or was it so dark that you would just know there's a magazine in your hand?
Yes, I could read the magazine.
Share with the jurors the sequence as best you remember between you lying on the ground and you said you got kicked, but then you also were taken upstairs and people were saying someone was saying, where's the money? Which came first? How did that flow from you being on the ground and getting kicked or hit and going upstairs?
Getting kicked was last because it was after they had already taken me upstairs to grab or to find the cash and find the edibles. Kicking came after that because they went through my book bag and that's when they found my wallet, my phone.
Was your book bag upstairs?
No, my book bag was downstairs.
So you then came back downstairs and that's when the kicking and the book bag search occurred?
Yes.
You have described monkey mask and purge mask. Did both take you upstairs or just one?
Just one.
Which one?
The monkey mask.
Monkey mask takes you upstairs. Who goes through your bag and interrogates you about your Invisalign?
The same one.
Monkey mask.
Yes.
Who kicks you?
Him.
Monkey mask.
Yes.
Okay. And you said him as opposed to her. What was it about either monkey mask or purge mask that made you think male instead of female?
Their body and the way they spoke, it was clear that they were males based off their voices. I could be pretty confident.
Did you see any of the assault on the DJ?
Yes, I watched it happen.
Was that monkey mask or purge mask?
Purge mask.
Did you say one of the two females you didn't know that you let in at some point left to go get something?
Yes, one of them left to go get what she claimed was backwoods. And then as soon as she left, she ran out the door. And the door was also left unlocked.
What happened to girl number 2? What was she doing after girl number 1 left?
I have actually no idea in that moment where she was or if she had already left.
You talked about interacting with the police and emergency medical people afterwards. Were either of the two girls that you didn't know that you let in present when the police and the emergency medical people were there?
No, I didn't see any of them.
When you say any of them, I was aware of 2. Is it more than 2?
That's what I meant. The two. I didn't see
Okay.
either of the two of the girls.
Okay. And based on what you witnessed in terms of letting people in, people leaving, meaning the 2 women, and then the home invasion, what was your sense of any connection between the 2 young ladies and monkey mask and purge mask?
Just that we had gotten set up by the women.
Mr. Hiles, do you have any follow-up based on those questions?
No.
Ms. Mignot?
Just one, Your Honor. You don't have any evidence that the 2 women that you're talking about set up this robbery, correct?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Nothing further.
And to the accused, do you have any other questions for Mr. Carmody?
Can you see any of the assailants in this courtroom right now?
I want to answer yes to that, but I don't really know if I can say yes without providing hard enough evidence.
All right.
No.
Mr. Carmody, I appreciate your time. You are free to go. Next witness.
I was planning to call investigator Sluss.
Okay.
So I would call investigator Sluss.
Well, do you have another witness? We need to take a break before he testifies.
We can call Noah Walker.
Okay, let's do Noah.
Noah Walker. Ms. Blake, I know you've been doing other things. Have you had a chance to start to look through what we were discussing, that document when the jury wasn't in the courtroom?
Yes, I completed review.
Thank you.
So you're facing me, please raise your right hand. Do you swear from the testimony you want to give the truth? You say with you guys?
Yeah.
You can lower your hand and have a seat. Please state and spell your first and last name into the record.
Noah Walker, Noahwalker.
Good afternoon, Mr. Walker. How old are you?
23.
Okay. Are you in school, work?
Yeah, so I am a professional fundraiser and I go to Georgia State full-time for computer science.
Okay. What grade are you in?
I'm going into my junior year.
How old, do you recall how old you were in November 2019?
It's about 18.
And during that time, November 2019, what was the general area you were living in?
Atlanta.
Have you always lived in the Atlanta area?
Yeah.
Do you recall the incident that occurred November the 8th, 2019?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And do you have a clear memory?
Not a very clear memory. It was a very traumatic time of my life and it's easy to repress stuff like that, but I remember what I can.
Okay. And if you don't recall something that I asked, just say I don't recall.
Yes, ma'am.
Where do you recall the incident occurring?
It was at a house, AirBNB, a party house.
Okay. Do you recall what city?
Atlanta.
What, you said it was a house. Who invited you to the house?
Either my friend Victor or Ethan at the time.
What was the second name?
Ethan?
Ethan. So Victor or Ethan?
Yes. And it would be a different Victor from the DJ.
Okay. So someone invited you named Victor, but you're not talking about the DJ?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And how long had you known, we're gonna start with Ethan. How long had you known Ethan?
I had just recently met a lot of these people in that time frame.
And when you arrived, do you recall around the time you arrived at the
No,
location?
ma'am.
When you arrived at the location, do you recall what you were doing?
Yes, I drinking.
Okay.
I was working out of high school at the time. I was young and dumb, just trying to have fun.
Do you recall whether you were heavily, or how much had you had to drink?
So I have something called Asian glow. It's a deficiency where I can't break down alcohol the same way. So when I drink, even if it's a shot, I get very intoxicated. So very intoxicated.
Asian glow?
Yes. So my mom has it really bad. If she takes even a single shot, she pukes everywhere.
So you were intoxicated?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. How many people, roughly, how many people were there?
I could not recall. Definitely over 10.
Over 10? Over 20?
I couldn't recall.
And you said you had just met a few people there. Did you, let's go to what you remember about the incident date. Do you recall any females out there?
Yes.
Okay, how many?
2 to my knowledge. Or three total.
Okay, and of the 3, were you introduced to any of them?
No, but I was introduced to Becca.
Becca?
Yeah.
Meaning Rebecca?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did they all arrive at the same time?
No, ma'am.
When did they arrive?
Becca had been there beforehand, and then the other 2 girls later in the night.
What was your interactions with the 2 girls that arrived later in the night?
Very, very brief, not much interaction at all. Honestly, I'm not very good at talking to women.
Can you repeat the last thing you said?
I'm not very good at talking to women.
Okay. You're not good at talking to women?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
Let's make him say it 3 times.
Yeah, thank you.
Poor guy.
I'll have to repeat that to the world.
All right, next topic. You're gonna get dates out of this one though. All right.
So,
Can you describe their demeanor?
of the woman,
The 2 women that came later,
I couldn't recall.
can't recall, okay? Do you recall how long they were there?
No, maybe 35 minutes to an hour.
Okay, so what do you recall happening after they arrived?
After they arrived, so I was sitting on the couch. I was kind of zoned out. The news was on, I remember, and I was just thinking about life, of course, as an 18-year-old. And I remember 2 people coming through the door with loud voices stating something, and that's when they came in with masks and guns, and the whole thing happened essentially.
Can you describe the mask?
No, I have no idea what type of masks they were.
Okay. What happened next after they came in?
So after they came in, they demanded to give our personals, so like phones and wallets and stuff like that. And they went around the room collecting those things.
Okay, and who, did anyone collect your items?
Yeah, so one came up to me and I said something along the lines of, yes, like, you know, my wallet, can I have my ID out of it? And they took my wallet and I got my ID back.
And you said one said, when you say one said, do you mean one of the two males that came into the house with guns?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you kept your ID?
Yes.
Okay, what happened next?
So from there, I remember zoning out a lot just because very traumatic, didn't really know what was going on. And when I kind of regained, you know, consciousness, Victor had been beat up and was on the ground. And I remember seeing it happen at the beginning, but not wanting to actively process what was going on. So trying to detach myself from the situation at the time.
Okay, and you mentioned Victor again. This is the same or different Victor than the one that invited you to the party?
Different Victor.
Okay, and what was this Victor, the one you're talking about now, what was he doing at the party?
So he was a DJ.
Okay, and then after you observed that happened with the DJ Victor, what happened next?
After I observed that with the DJ Victor, for the rest of the time, I zoned out. Honestly, it was really hard to think about what was actually happening. The next thing I remember is just everybody getting super frantic and like talking about calling the police, like what the next steps were once they left the house.
Okay, and what, if anything, happened to your senses at that time when people became frantic?
I kind of zoned back in. I realized the reality of what was going on.
Okay. Did you give a statement to the police?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. What did you do?
I remember standing outside with, I don't know who exactly it was, just waiting to figure out what to do next. Other people were a lot more on top of the next steps than I was, so I was more of a bystander, just waiting to figure out what was going to happen.
Okay. Did you stay at the home?
Outside of the home after.
Okay. Did you stay at the home that night?
Oh, no.
You recall what you did?
No, I know that I don't remember where I went after that. I assume that I would have gone home.
You stated earlier that you don't have a clear memory
Yes, ma'am.
of what happened. So a few things you don't recall.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you state why?
I guess the reason behind it is it was a very traumatic event. I mean, I'm sure anybody can imagine people coming into a house with a lot of firearms. I was young. It was a lot easier to just not think about that part of my life than actively have it on my memory.
Thank you. No further questions.
Ms. Mignot, do you have questions for Mr. Walker?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Walker. My name is Marcia Mignot, and I represent Mr. Tyrone Robinson sitting next to me here at council table. I'm going to be asking you some questions. And because we have a court reporter that's taking down what we're going to be saying, I'm going to ask you.
Let's bring that up if that ends up being an issue. That wasn't an issue during direct exam. So let's dive straight into the questions.
Got it.
Thank
Got
you.
it, Judge. Now, you were present and had consumed drugs prior to any incidents happening, correct?
Alcohol, yes, ma'am.
Alcohol. And I believe your testimony was you zone out once you had that alcohol because you have, is it Asian syndrome, you said?
Asian glow is the unmedical term of it.
Okay. And in terms of understanding what was going on, being able to recognize faces or people, you weren't able to do that, correct?
No, ma'am.
Now, as it pertains to any taking of a weapon or and hitting anyone, you didn't see any of that happen either, correct?
I visibly saw Victor being beat up, yes.
Okay, so this is DJ Victor, correct? And you saw DJ Victor, and when you say being beat up, describe for us what you saw.
What I saw was somebody on the ground being kicked or punched.
Okay, so you believe that DJ Victor was being punched on the ground and kicked?
As I recall, yes.
Okay. Now, you stated that the person came in and collected cell phones.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you see them collect the cell phone for Jackson?
No, ma'am.
Did you see any collection of the cell phone for Riggs?
No, ma'am.
Did you see any cell phone collection for Carmody?
No, ma'am.
Now, as you sit here today, in fact, let's go back to the date. On November 8th, 2019, you are not aware of who the two individuals that entered the house is that took your cell phone, correct?
No, ma'am.
And you cannot say that it's my client that's sitting here with me at council table, correct?
No.
Nothing further, Judge.
And turning to the accused, sir, do you have any questions for Mr. Walker? Okay, any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Juror questions for Mr. Walker? Seeing none, thank you, sir, for your time.
Thank you so
You are free to go. Next witness not named Sluss, because it's not break time yet.
The state calls Rebecca Mears.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear from the testimony you want to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I swear. You can lower your hand and have a seat. Please state and spell your first and last name into the record.
My name is Rebecca Plato, spelled REBECCA
Good afternoon, Rebecca Plato. What was your name previously?
Rebecca Mears, MEERS.
And do you go by Becca or Rebecca?
Rebecca.
Do your friends call you Becca?
Yes, ma'am.
How old are you?
I'm 24.
Do you go to school, work, something else?
I have 2 jobs and I'm in college.
Okay. And what grade are you in?
I'm a junior.
How old were you in 2019, November 2019?
19.
And during that year, November 2019, what general area were you living in?
Atlanta.
Okay. What general area do you live in now?
I live in Athens.
At that time, how long have you been living in Atlanta?
My entire life.
Do you recall an incident that occurred November the 8th, 2019?
Yes.
Where do you recall this incident occurring?
Atlanta.
Do you recall, was it a house, a business, something else, where it occurred?
House near Ponce.
Who invited you to the house?
Chris Riggs.
Okay. And we got two Chris's in this, so we're gonna call Chris Riggs, either Chris Riggs or Riggs.
Okay.
And how long have you known Riggs?
A few years.
About estimate,
At that point, maybe 2.
2 years?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and just make sure you say yes or no.
Or whatever your answer is, but it needs to be words the court reporter can't take down.
Okay.
Thank you.
Did you know anyone else at the home?
Some, not as well as I knew Chris.
Okay. Who else did you know?
Noah, Jackson, Holden.
Noah, Jackson, Holden. How long have you been known them?
Not long. I had just met them
And how did you meet them?
through Chris Riggs.
And I know you said you've known Briggs for 2 years. How did you meet Briggs?
High school.
High school. What was happening at the location when you arrived?
A party.
Describe the party.
It was pretty calm. There weren't that many people there. Just pretty chill.
When you say not that many people, estimate how many?
All night, no more than 20, if that.
And how many young ladies or females were there at the party?
Just me until the two ladies came later on in the night.
Did you know these two young ladies?
No.
Are you able to describe them?
Somewhat. Shorter than me, white girls.
Any different description between the two?
I would say one was more heavy set than the other one.
Describe their demeanor when they came to the party.
They seemed to want to explore the house. They seemed interested in exploring the house.
Tell me why you believe that.
It seems like they were scoping it out.
And what did they do to scope it out?
The house was 3 or 4 stories, and they made a point to go all the way to the top.
Did you interact with them?
No.
How do you know they went all the way to the 4th floor?
I went up there with them.
Okay. So when you went up there with them, what did you observe?
The two girls looking around.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that answer for me?
The two girls looking around.
Okay. Did you engage them in any way?
No.
So you just followed them?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes.
Sorry.
Okay.
After you followed the girls upstairs, what did you do next?
I don't recall.
What's the next thing you recall?
Being downstairs with everybody, and we all kind of just noticed that the girls had left or without saying anything to anybody.
Were you aware of where the front door was?
Yes.
Was there any interest in keeping the front door locked?
No.
When you noticed the girls had left, did you notice anything about the front door?
No.
After that, noticing that they left, what happened next?
Not long after they left, the two gentlemen came in with weapons.
And how do you know they were males?
Stature, mannerisms.
Okay. Can you describe their stature? Would you know about how tall they were?
Definitely taller than me,
How tall are you?
5'7". One of them was more scrawny, and one of them was bigger, had bigger arms.
Besides their height, do you recall any other descriptions you can provide the jury?
One of them was wearing, they had a lot of dark clothing on, and they had a mask similar to the masks depicted in the Purge movies. And they had large guns in their hands.
Did they both have that mask?
I don't recall.
Okay. You gave 2 different descriptions to them. Can you differentiate which one had the Purge mask?
The skinnier of the two had the Purge mask on, and the bigger guy was wearing all black.
What, if anything, did you see on their hands?
Weapons, skin color,
Okay. And what skin color did you see?
they were black.
So let's bring you back. Two males come into the room. You've described them. What happens next after they come into the room?
They yell at everybody to get on the ground while pointing the weapons at everybody.
And where were you? Where were you in the home when they came in and told everyone to get down on the floor?
I was in the kitchen by myself.
And we're gonna pull up a photo of Stacy's exhibit. For the record, the state,
If you tap, I'm sorry to bother you, Ms. Plato, but tap stay mute, and then you'll be able to see when this photo comes up on your screen.
for the record, the state would be publishing what has already been pre-marked, entered as State Exhibit 8.
All right, here it comes.
Does this photo look familiar to you?
Yes, that's the Airbnb.
Okay. And where, well, in this photo, can you point out where you were when they came in the home?
So if you'll tap the screen once, you'll see in the lower left-hand corner, a little circle with a pencil, lower left-hand corner, all the way over, tap that. Now your finger is a more pen than a pencil. And so why don't you ask your question again, Ms. Green, so she knows what she's marking on the screen.
Okay, sorry. When the men, when the two males came into the home, please use the device to point out where you were.
There.
Okay, and describe, it's not really in this photo, but where would the front door be in relation?
From this photo directly to the left of the TV.
Is it in this photo?
The front door, no.
Okay. All right. So you got on the floor. What happened next?
The skinnier of the two stayed in the living room with his weapon pointed at all of the boys in the living room. And the bigger of the two came towards me in the kitchen. He pointed his weapon at me and told me to give him my cell phone.
What did you do?
I gave it up.
What happened next?
The bigger of the two went upstairs and the skinny one stayed in the living room with everyone.
Okay, now let's use this same exhibit 8, where you're standing. Can you point out where the stairs would be in this photo?
The stairs are that way.
Okay, can you actually see the stairs in this photo?
No.
So they go, like if you went through the wall with the bicycle on it, you'd be on the stairs or bumping your head into the stairs.
If you walked past the bicycle, you can see the stairs directly to your right.
Okay.
You observed someone go up the stairs, one of the males go upstairs, and then what did you observe? You said the other male stayed downstairs. Can you point in the photograph where that male would be?
Here. In front of the television.
Let the record reflect that she drew a line in front of the television. What happened next?
The bigger gentleman went upstairs. I stayed in the kitchen. and the other one stayed in the living room with his weapons pointed at everyone.
Okay, and what happened next?
Eventually, the bigger one comes back downstairs.
Okay. And what happened?
He walks past me and they go back into the living room and begin to exit.
Do you recall observing anything else occurring in the living room before they exit?
Right before they left, they forcefully took shoes off of Jackson.
And we can move to State's Exhibit 9. Oh,
Yes, there is a circle with an arrow on it over on the left side of the screen. That's an undo or erase. If you tap that a few times, it should make the red things you drew go away. So if you keep that, you drew a few things, so it may take a few taps. Does it look like it's working?
Mm-hmm.
Yep. There you go. Thank you.
and what is in this photo?
That is the living room of the Airbnb.
Okay. What, if anything, do you notice on the floor of the photo?
A lot of blood.
Okay. Do you know how that occurred?
I know when they entered the Airbnb, they were violent with some of the guys in the living room.
Okay. Did you observe that?
No.
Okay. Do you recall going back into the living room?
I do, yes.
Provide aid?
Yes.
Okay.
As they were leaving, I made my way into the living room to assist the people that had been visibly injured.
Now, when you were in the kitchen, let's go back to 8. You were on the floor. Was your face down in the floor, or was it turned one way or the other, or something else?
I laid down on the floor and my chin was on the ground so I could see what was happening in the living room.
Okay, so you could observe what was happening in the living room?
Yes.
Okay. And when you observed what was happening in the living room, did you observe an attack?
No, I don't recall.
Okay. Do you recall speaking to me previously?
I do.
Okay. And do you recall us going through your testimony?
Yes.
Do you recall telling me that you observed an attack?
Vaguely.
Okay. When did we speak? 2 nights ago?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So what, you observed an attack vaguely 2 nights ago? What about today?
Your Honor, I would object, ask and answer.
Don't answer the question. Okay. Sustained. She's answered your questions about an attack.
Let's move to exhibit 13. Who was that?
Jackson.
Okay. And is this how Jackson looked that night?
Yes.
And when you saw him initially that night, did he look like that?
No.
Okay. Did he look like that before the intruders came in?
No.
Okay. And do you recognize what's in State's Exhibit 16?
Those are the shoes that they forcefully removed from his feet.
You observed that?
Yes.
When you say his feet, whose feet?
Jackson.
And when you observed them forcefully remove the shoes from his feet, where was he?
He was on the couch,
In what room?
the living room of the Airbnb.
And where were you?
I had just come into the living room to help the ones that were hurt.
Who else was hurt?
Jackson and Victor.
And what was Victor doing that night prior to people arriving? Or, I'm sorry, prior to the assailants arriving?
Victor was the DJ that night.
And what injuries did you see in Victor, on Victor?
A gash in his head.
So after the assailants left, what happened next?
Holden called 911.
And where were you?
In the living room on the couch, helping them, waiting for an ambulance.
And did you stay in the house the whole time?
Yes.
Did you go outside at any point?
When the police got there.
And did you provide a statement to the police?
I did.
And what, were you able to recover your items?
Yes, the next day.
How?
I called my cell phone and a woman had it downtown at a park and she allowed me to come pick it up.
Downtown at a.
She had my cell phone downtown Atlanta at a park. I called my cell phone and she allowed me to come get it.
Do you know this woman?
No, I believe she was a homeless woman.
And what, if anything, did you do to get your cell phone back from her?
I gave her $50.
So you didn't stay at the house, right?
No.
Where did you go?
Noah's house.
And, did you have any interactions with law enforcement after that night?
Routinely, the detectives would call me to ask questions or update me on what's been going on in the case.
No further questions.
Ms. Mignot, do you have any questions for Ms. Plateau?
Yes, Your Honor.
Good afternoon. Is it Ms. Plateau?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm Marcia Mignot. I represent Mr. Tyrone Robinson sitting here at council table. As it pertains to the party that evening, were you aware that Jackson and Riggs had sent out a notice on social media for the party?
No.
Okay. And who did you expect to be at the party? Was it just supposed to be you, Riggs, and Jackson?
I knew that they would be there, but I assumed that other people would be there also.
Okay. And these are other people that you were not familiar with, correct?
Correct.
Now, as it pertains to the type of party you all were having, you had drugs and alcohol there, correct?
I knew that there would be alcohol, yes.
And what about the drugs?
I was not aware of that.
How long have you known Jackson?
Since the day of the incident.
Are you aware that Jackson was selling drugs in California prior to coming to Atlanta for the incident?
No.
Are you aware that Jackson had brought drugs to the party for sales?
No.
Did you see any marijuana gummies or marijuana vapors at the party?
No.
Okay. And what time did you arrive at the party?
Maybe 8 or 9 o'clock.
So you were there from approximately 8 or 9 p.m. to approximately 2 a.m. the next day when law enforcement arrived?
Yes.
And it is your testimony that you didn't see any drugs, you only saw alcohol.
Correct.
As it pertains to what you witnessed, you testified you witnessed Victor, the DJ, getting harmed by the two gentlemen that came in, or the two men that came in, correct?
I don't recall seeing the actual violence, but I saw the aftermath, his head gash.
Okay, so you only saw what the state depicted in the photographs, blood on the floor and the things that we saw in the state's pictures.
Yes,
But how those injuries took place, you did not witness that.
I don't recall.
Okay. Now, you were not hit by any of the firearms, correct?
No,
None of the firearms were pointed at you, correct?
they pointed a gun at me when they asked me for my cell phone.
Okay, so when the cell phone was taken from you in the kitchen, it was taken at gunpoint.
Yes,
All right, as it pertains to your cell phone, is that the only property that was taken from you that evening?
yes, ma'am.
All right, and as it pertains to that cell phone property, you don't have any evidence that my client, Mr. Tyrone Robinson, is the person who took your cell phone that evening, correct?
Correct.
And as we sit here today before this jury, you still don't have any evidence that it's Mr. Robinson that took your cell phone that evening.
Correct.
All right, no further questions.
And turning to the accused, sir, do you have any questions for Ms. Plateau?
Do you have any evidence that I was the person that took your cell phone?
No,
No further questions, I just like to say that.
So no stating, just questions. All right, any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Questions from the jurors? I see a few cards. Deputy Gordon springs into action. Thank you, sir. All right, ladies and gentlemen, new routine. It's not new, second time we've done it. We'll take a quick break. If you go into the jury room, the hallway, don't discuss the case, no outside research. We'll get you in here shortly. All right, Mr. Hiles, this way, please. If you and Ms. Mignot and Mr. Pritchett could all be near each other, this should be a pretty quick review. Thank you, Ms. Green. Ms. Rivers. There's a question I didn't share with you all that simply says logistics. Can we move the screen at the podium so we can see the accused? I assume that means Mr. Pritchett. You said it was important to see everyone. Thank you. So we'll work through logistics, but I think the way things are set up, much like Mr. Pritchett might have trouble seeing some of the jury, they have trouble seeing him because I've had the screen turned so he can see the screen. Is your laptop, Ms. Blake, on Zoom so that if we move the defense screen that is right in front of Mr. Robinson over so Mr. Pritchett can see it, you can see what is on Zoom?
I can log in.
Okay, if you don't mind logging in, that'll be the fix, because then we're just going to rotate the podium camera and so it's facing the way it normally does. Mr. Pritchett can have the defense one. I think it reaches over there. You can put it just at the edge down. Oh, I was gonna say, you can even move it to his table. Just put it right on the corner if the cord goes that far. It does. Excellent. All right. And Ms. Mignot, you're gonna be able to see what's on the screens anyway because of the podium one.
Correct.
Golden. All right. Ms. Green, did you have any, I didn't mean to send Mr. Hiles over there. I should have sent you. Did you have any objection to any of the juror questions?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Mignot?
No objection.
And you, sir, any objections to the juror questions?
No, sir.
Okay, let's bring the jurors in, please. And we're gonna take our break after we finish with Ms. Plateau. Well, do you have another witness that's not Sluss after that?
So you got me going through all the witnesses.
I have to take a break at 3:25 or 3:30, and so I thought, let's just break then. We can break now, but then we're gonna have this weird break at 3:30 for 3-4 minutes. I know you gotta do Sluss today, so we'll do that, but
There's some that are coming, but they're-
All right.
not here? Okay. We'll break after this.
They're going to be all the way here through the day. It's just.
I got it. You have them spread out, so they're not sitting here the whole time.
I'll do the president of the county court.
Thank you, Deputy Gordon. Everyone else can be seated. Ms. Plateau, tell the jurors why you followed the two women who arrived later in the evening upstairs when they went upstairs.
I think everybody was just going up there and there weren't that many of us there, so I didn't want to stay downstairs by myself.
So it wasn't a solo mission with you.
No.
Everyone went with the two of them.
Correct.
When it sounds like there are multiple floors, what was going on floor 3 and floor 4 when the two young ladies were up there?
They were just looking around the bedrooms up there.
Does that mean they're opening drawers, as you recall it, or they're at least just sort of, hey, what's in this room?
Definitely looking around the room, peering around. Looking back, it seems like they were almost like scoping the place out.
You described the way events unfolded as the skinnier of the two assailants staying on the floor you were on, and the bigger guy going upstairs
Correct.
once they were there. Did the bigger guy bring anyone up with him?
No.
You shared with the juries that you knew that the assailants had been violent with at least the Jackson and then Victor, the DJ, but you said you didn't see it. So how do you know that something happened?
They were both covered in blood.
So before these guys came in, no blood. After they were here, lots of blood.
Correct.
Understand? Thank you. Ms. Green, do you have any follow-up with this witness?
No.
Ms. Mignot?
No, Your Honor.
And sir? All right, I appreciate your time. You're free to go.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I know you just had a little break because we were working through your questions. It's time for an afternoon break. We have to work through one issue concerning the next witness, will be Sluss. We have to work through something concerning Investigator Sluss. We'll use your break time for that. We won't extend your break time for that. But when we bring you back, we'll have more witnesses from the state. During your break, enjoy the snacks and the other comforts of the jury room. Don't talk about the case, no outside research. Oh, and does this help? We've rearranged things. There was a question, you don't need to identify yourself, but it was a fair point. Some jurors were having trouble seeing everyone involved. And so we did a little remodeling. I can't really move everything that is on that podium area, but the big screen it's not big, but the screen was at a different angle. We feel like it's a better setup. Excellent. Enjoy your break. Thank you.
All rounds adjourned. When do we expect to return?
Soon. Today. Anything else? You all can be seated. Ms. Mignot, I know it was your colleague and partner in defense who was reviewing what I'm going to call the SLUS document. I haven't looked at it, but I probably know all but one of the pages because it's a standard presentation that I've seen many times about the basic mechanics of cell phones, cell towers, et cetera. And it sounds like there may be one or two pages that are going to be what I call content-based. In other words, derived from the cell records. I'd like you to state for the record continuing concerns you have and what remedy, if any, you think is appropriate given your review of the document. I know you're reasonable in your approach as to how it ought to be used with Detective Sluss.
Thank you, Your Honor. As it pertains to the exhibit, the state, what they gave me physically is different from what I got emailed this morning. So
Stop then. Why is this?
Way it's different is because I removed 2 slides that aren't going to be presented.
So it hasn't grown, it has shrunk.
Yes.
Okay,
and we're concerned.
that's better.
No, not necessarily.
Okay,
Not so fast.
all right.
I would prefer if the court is gonna allow it, because it's standard for the state to be able to ask witnesses and expert, all that good stuff, that it remain in the original format that we got this morning.
What are the 2 pages that came out?
The 2 pages that came out is the subscriber information and the phone call from a 470 number. That was also removed.
Okay. So, Mr. Hiles, any reason we can't put those back in? Because otherwise, I'm going to let Ms. Mignot use those pages and it will look like you put a deck up that was Don't talk while I'm talking because Ms. Rivers can't handle that. So we'll work it however you want, but if she got those pages from you and she wants to use them with the witness, she can. They'll just look a little funky that the hidden pages of the state's exhibit come out during cross.
So I don't think it's hidden pages. The subscriber information for Mr. Robinson should still remain in there. We realized earlier that I can't, with this witness, and it doesn't affect anything because there isn't data, but I couldn't authenticate Mr. Pritchett's Sprint's records. And so I removed the subscriber information in the stuff to him because it can't be authenticated, so he can't even speak to it. I needed.
Why can, if the subscriber information is self-authenticating because it comes from cell phone records, what's the authentication that needs to happen?
So what I realized is that what was had right now it's called only as it pertains to Mr. Pritchett. It is Sprint sends what's called a subpoena compliance letter, as well as the
business records.
Yes, and so the business authentication letter, I didn't see that when I was putting everything together. I think it was at one point, but I didn't find it, and I can't, as an officer of the court, self-authenticate those. Now, as far as the T-Mobile records, and I do think I'll be able to do that through Maldonado, but I just can't authenticate to this.
So the pages that were removed are what you would refer to as Pritchett pages, not Robinson pages, and you remove them because the witness who'd be talking about them isn't in a position to get the records in, and you can't get them in as self-authenticating.
I have the 3 pages. Yes, that is correct.
Okay, that's all I need to know. So Ms. Mignot, given that clarification, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you too. You finish your conversation. Given that clarification, it seems like it was an appropriate removal because they aren't records that the state is contending were associated with your client. They contend they're associated with Mr. Pritchett, but either they're never going to be able to get them in because they can't authenticate them, or it would have to come in through Maldonado and not Sluss, who is merely a conduit for self-authenticating records. It sounds like he didn't request anything. He was handed things that the state had received. And the T-Mobile records come in because they're not hearsay because of the business records exception.
Okay, so there's 4 issues with it. Number 1 was timing advance. That's one of the slide screens. If the state wants to take out the timing advance, all it has is AT&T, Verizon, T-Mobile, Sprint. We're fine with that slide being
Coming out.
Coming out. If
Okay.
the state wants to take the one labeled timing advance.
All right.
Out, we will leave that alone. The one that has the subscriber information, that says subscriber information, there's 2 pages of that. Those we want back in, because it's important as it pertains, okay, so just to be fully transparent with the court, it appears as if we're trying to take this phone call, because what these cell phone records are depicting is, here's the cell phone, it's pinging close to where we think this incident location is, or it's pinging to this location, and this is the phone call that was made. I'm not certain if Mr. Hiles is saying, this has nothing to do with your crime, because if that's what he's saying, then we just need an instruction to the jury, hey, we're about to show you some things.
Irrelevant things.
Irrelevant things as it pertains to Mr. Robinson.
Okay.
If that instruction, which the court had already informed the jurors would occur, then we don't need to waste any more of the court's time. But if there's gonna be testimony that it's connected to Mr. Robinson, then we need the subscriber information back in.
Sure. Here's what we're going to do. So, Mr. Hiles, this is all a product of late disclosure. There may be great explanations for why this. Stop interrupting. There may be great explanations for why the deck looks this way, but it shouldn't have to happen now. I'm going to take a break. I'm going to come back in 5 minutes and use those 5 minutes to explain to Ms. Mignot what's in, what's out, and whatever you can't sort out that she objects to is probably coming out. Thank you. I'll mute the microphone so you guys can speak freely.
I never took it out.
Ms. Rivers, are you ready?
Yes.
All right, we have both defendants in here, lawyers in here. Ms. Mignot, I'm sorry that your break had to be consumed with you getting up to speed on a late delivered PowerPoint. I think it's relevant, but I know you were identifying a few pages with which you had concerns or questions, both of which you're entitled to. Did the break enable Mr. Hiles to clear any of those up, or do we still have pages that either need to go back in, since it seems to be a shifting universe, or still should come out from the slimmed down version that I guess is the current state's version?
Okay, so to resolve the dispute, I say the proper thing to do is to include everything I got this morning at 6 or 7 a.m.
Okay,
So that we don't have to fight over, I'm taking this in, I'm putting that in.
and you're not going to object to, so I guess what you're saying is, other than maintaining your objection that this was late disclosed, so you're not waiving that. If it goes in toto, so I'm making it up, but if you got a 17-page document, if that's what is admitted and is explored with Detective Sluss, then your only objection is this came late.
Came late, and we should be able to explore it on cross-examination since it's coming in.
Oh, if it's coming in, you can do what you want with it on cross-examination, but your request is all of it comes in. Again, I made up the number 17, but whatever the full thing was that got to you early this morning, that's what you want the document to be. States X, whatever it is, should have all those pages.
Exactly.
Okay. Mr. Hiles, any issue with having it work that way?
I will do that, but I want to make very clear that I do not intend to tender these Sprint records because they can't be authenticated. But the document, everything, we can talk about them. I'm not going to tender the Sprint records that have nothing to do with your client.
You don't have to tender anything you don't want to tender, but the question is whether you've got any objection to the full document that you shared with Ms. Mignot being what you enter, if there's not an objection to it.
I don't.
Okay. Mr. Pritchett, some of this has nothing to do with you because it's primarily cell phone records related to Mr. Robinson. Is there anything you want to get on the record in connection with this PowerPoint that we've been talking about?
My only objection is that, I know you said some of it, but is it all of it or some of it?
I'm sorry, some of it or all of it, what?
You said some of it does not pertain to me, I just want to be clear on that, like.
No, it's a good question. Mr. Hiles, if the document comes in with no pages removed, are there pages in your PowerPoint that you disclosed this morning for the first time? Are there any pages that relate to Mr. Pritchett?
Yes, and since I'm not going to mention, at this point, I'm not ever going to mention like who they relate to.
Do you plan on asking Investigator Sluss anything about the pages that are staying in that you were going to remove?
No, I'm not. I'm not going to ask him anything about, well, I'm not going to ask him like who they belong to, what they are. If they're in on cross, I might say, hey, did you review those records? But I'm not going to ask him to identify the association with anybody. I'm not going to ask him to do, if he knows the subscriber information. Honestly, what he's going to say is there was no records to review but I'm not going to point any fingers anywhere or anything of that nature.
Okay. So I think the answer is none of them relate to you. And if that changes and you want to lodge an objection, I'll certainly give you an opportunity to do that. Okay? Great. You're changing something now, Mr. Hiles?
It's going to be, I want to explain to Sluss incredibly quickly what's going on to what.
If you can do it between now and when the jury comes in, that'll be incredibly quick. Hold on 1 second, Deputy Gordon.
Just, I guess, the logistics of what we just discussed, I mean, more specifically as far as, basically it had, nothing to do with you.
Well, it's a good question because there's going to come a point, I think, when there is some evidence that's introduced about which I will tell the jury it has nothing to do with you. And there's going to be a piece that I'm going to tell the jury has nothing to do with Mr. Robinson. I don't think this is really that, but I don't mind providing it. This isn't the 418 evidence. I'm going to see how it plays out, how his testimony goes. And if I need to give a limiting instruction, I will do that. Okay. All right. You actually have a couple minutes to talk with Celeste. Please do that now. Okay. I'll be right back, Deputy Gordon.
Ms. Mayo?
Yes.
Look, well, actually, I can't.
Say that again?
I was gonna,
Did you reprint?
I printed them, they actually brought them to me, but yeah. Here's the entirety of what I gave you this morning, so let's,
Oh, here's papers in this.
don't worry. We will do this, then I'm. Gonna trade me.
Oh, just trade first.
Yeah, there you go. I get very zealous at it, and I will not.
Thank you, sir. Some people hate it.
Yeah, that's, you know, it might get healed to it. So I'm going to. It's gonna take me a minute to educate. I feel like I can do it through that. Of course. But I don't think I'm. Did I send you? Yes, did I send you? Taking extra.
No, trust me, I don't see the picture that this was printed and she came on board. And then he was like, what did I just in my head? Just look at it.
Fulton County, may I see?
Ms. Rivers, are you ready? All right, Mr. Hiles, you alluded to another PowerPoint, which I think is going to be a fairly standard PowerPoint, but is nonetheless one that needs to be disclosed more than 30 seconds before the witness testifies. Has that been provided to the defendants?
I will print a copy for Mr. Pritchett.
Please.
And the other, yes, it has been disclosed. I don't anticipate that witness to testify until late tomorrow afternoon.
Not today, as long as they have overnight to look at it. So it's been disclosed as in the email went through?
Yes.
Or it's a Dropbox?
It went through, it was a conversion to PDF that made it go through.
Great.
So that's how, it is the exact slides of PowerPoint.
Okay.
PDF.
Got it. And Mr. Robinson's team has it before Mr. Pritchett leaves today. He'll have a hard copy of it.
Absolutely.
All right. Help me remember that, Mr. Pritchett, so you don't leave without it. But I'm gonna make a note that, and is that the only other PowerPoint other than your closing?
Other than the closing, that's it.
Okay. Excellent. I feel like we're a little more organized on that front. Anything else, Mr. Hiles, before you call your next witness? Looks like he's about to charge the stand.
I wanted to make sure it's here.
It's good that he is.
Yeah, this is gonna be, to update your, exhibit list. This is not, this is going to be state's exhibit number 34.
The SLUS presentation?
Yes. and
Okay.
I have it labeled as SLUS PowerPoint, and it's, to be very clear, demonstrative only. So I'm gonna tender a copy for all records, but not gonna.
Yep, got it. It wouldn't go back with the jury. All right, Ms. Mignot, anything on behalf of Mr. Robinson?
Not at this time, Your Honor.
Okay. One last question for Mr. Hiles. The two videos, so this would be Robinson only evidence. The two videos would come in through Miller?
Yes.
Okay, I just need time to be able to watch and address the concerns Ms. Blake flagged through the timestamps, but I'll do that. Let me turn then to Mr. Pritchett. Sir, do you have anything we need to take up before the jury comes back in?
I hate to go backwards, but I do have a question about one of the jury questions that they previously asked.
A question that was submitted by the jurors? Sure, which one?
It was the one where they asked, was this going to be admitted? Or like, I guess something like.
Got it. So a juror asked, and as far as I could tell, based on the witness, the question meant was either the excerpt from Investigator Maldonado's report or Investigator Maldonado's report writ large, would that be admitted as an exhibit? Not a question for that witness. That witness would have no idea what the answer is. So I took that as a question for the court. The answer is no. Generally, police officer reports don't come in. There may be a legal reason to get it admitted, and that's something you can think about. But documents that are used to refresh recollection, whether it's a police report or you could literally write on a piece of paper, arm tattoo, and hand it to the guy. And you go, you know what, that reminds me. I did say something about the guy having a tattoo on his arm. What you wrote on that piece of paper wouldn't become an exhibit. You need to share it with the other lawyers. But there wasn't anything for me to ask that witness because he doesn't decide what becomes an exhibit. And it's really not anything to address directly with the jurors. If you or Ms. Mignot or Ms. Green think that there's a way to make that an exhibit and get it into evidence, then you should try that. Worst case scenario, and that's the wrong way to describe it. Another approach would be to say, Judge, this needs to be made part of the record so that it will go to a higher court if there's an appeal. It's just not anything that will go back with the jury during their deliberations, because generally police reports, fire reports, medical records, they don't go back with the jury for their deliberations. They might be made part of the record, like all the juror questions will be made part of the record. So this, if there's an appeal from this case, it'll go to the Court of Appeals. These cards physically will go to the Court of, well, it may be a photocopy of them, but they'll go to the Court of Appeals. Much like if you wanted to make part of the record, but not something that goes back with the jury, the 2 pages that you shared with Mr. Carmody, we could do that. Does that make sense?
Yes, could we do that? And it could be just the whole, police report, it doesn't have to be specific, it could be the whole.
Sure. So what I'll do is ask Mr. Hiles at his leisure, or Ms. Green, to email to Ms. Nelson. Do you have the report in a PDF, or you just have it as, okay. If you'd email it to Ms. Nelson, then I'll make sure we either get it digitally to Ms. Rivers or we print it, whatever her preference is. It will be made part of the record of this case. I'm going to call it Court Exhibit A for Apple, and that will be Investigator Maldonado's report. Okay, thank you. I'm going to make a note. We don't have to worry about that today. It just has to happen before the trial is over.
I might be able to assist the court. I have the 209-page report that I was going to be requested placed into the record. So it might save the court the time. I can give it to you as 5, 5A, and 5B because we broke it down, and it's gonna be everybody's supplemental and implemental and everybody involved.
Got it. And you want that to be made part of the record?
Record only.
And that would include in that universe Maldonado's report.
That is correct.
Thank you for flagging that, Mr.
209 pages, nobody has to do any work, and I have them already pre-marked for the court.
Great. Don't worry about it then, Mr. Hiles.
Okay,
And we'll worry about those numbers you heard about at another time. We've got a jury ready to come. I just want to make sure I address Mr. Pritchett's concern. It's being addressed because I can't imagine there would be a legal basis to exclude from the record, not from the jurors, but from the record, the Manhattan white pages, if they still have white pages, because you want it part of the record. And it would be, and that's a very different threshold, as in, if you ask for it, it's probably going in.
Yes, Judge, and I will show Mr. Hiles what I have, so he can be comfortable with what it is
I
that.
know exactly what it is by the way you described it.
Okay, great. Let's bring the jurors in, please.
All right, observe. I'll do the president of the county forum.
Thank you, Deputy Gordon. We are ready to keep going. Mr. Hiles, next witness.
They would call investigator Ronald Sluss from the police department.
Raise your right hand. You swear affirm that testimony you give is true, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
So help me God. Thanks very much.
Spell your name for the record.
First name is Ronald, Ronald. Last name is Sluss, Sluss.
All right, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Where are you currently employed?
With the Atlanta Police Department
Okay, and how long have you been employed there?
since 2006.
Okay, are you currently post-certified?
I am, sir.
Okay, and have you been post-certified the entirety of your employment with City of Atlanta Police Department?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What's your current role?
I am a detective with the Atlanta Police Department's Homeland Security Unit.
Okay, and how long have you been with the Department of Homeland Security?
A little over 2 years.
Okay, and what is your role inside the department?
So we investigate domestic terrorism, racketeering, extortion, public corruption, and cyber crimes.
Okay, and in doing so, do you utilize any sort of tools dealing with cell tower records and cell site location information?
Yes, sir.
Okay, how are those used in your experience in what you do now?
When we have a person of interest or a set of cell phone records, what we'll do is we'll take the raw data and kind of visualize that kind of on a map, depending on what tower that device happened to be using at a time.
Okay, and do you have any specialized training in analyzing cell site location information and call detail records?
Yes, sir.
Okay, could you please tell the jury what training you have?
So I've been training with the Federal Bureau of Investigations for a little over almost a decade now in call detail record analysis and cell site analysis.
And I apologize, Your Honor, which of this is speaking extremely fast and too low for me to hear?
I'm sorry.
Okay,
I'll
let's try the microphone.
Okay, Your Honor.
Thank you.
So I've been training with the FBI for about a decade in call detail record analysis. I've trained with the Secret Service as well, the DEA. We all use these kind of records in our investigations.
Okay, what sort of records are you using? Like, what are call detail records?
So your cell phone and your cell phone provider actually keep a log of phone calls, text messages, some data usage, and they're actually in toll. So you'll be able to see an incoming or outgoing phone call, incoming or outgoing text message, and other things that way.
Okay. And what about the location information or this?
So if we know through the tolls what tower and what sector that device happens to be communicating with.
Okay. So have you taken any specific classes in this area?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Please expand on how many hours and what specific classes you've taken.
So the FBI has a program called their CAS team, Cellular Analysis and Survey Team. They're a group of special agents and task force officers from local departments who specialize pretty much just in call detail record analysis for investigations. I've taken that pretty much every other year since I've started doing this as an investigator back in 2012. Basically co-train amongst ourselves to be able to apply this to our cases.
Okay. And why are you doing it every other year?
So to be able to keep up with any kind of emerging kind of thing. So if a cell phone company decides to change the way that they illustrate their toll records, or let's say one buys out another company and then they have to merge those records together to be able to understand how they're going to present those records, so we can accurately say what device a tower might be using at a particular time.
Okay. And so you say that's called detail record analysis, and what was the other classes you took it on?
Cell site location analysis.
Okay.
So that's again through the FBI, the DEA. I've trained with the Secret Service on all the exact same things.
Okay. And are you actually going in and taking physical or being physically present in classroom style settings when
Yes,
you're
sir.
learning?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Approximately how many hours of training?
I don't know, maybe a couple hundred total.
Okay. And have you ever been qualified as an expert witness before?
Yes, sir, I have.
And what counties have you been qualified as an expert witness in?
For call detail record analysis, Fulton County Superior Court, Cobb County Superior Court, and DeKalb County Superior Court.
Okay. Is that the same for cell site location analysis?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay. And approximately how many times have you been qualified as an expert in those particular areas?
For trials, roughly about 25.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, I would tender Investigator Sluss as an expert in call detail record analysis, as well as cell site location analysis.
All right, Ms. Mignot, do you wish to voir dire Investigator Sluss?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, your turn.
Good afternoon, Investigator Sluss.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
My name is Marcia Mignot. I represent Mr. Robinson.
Yes, ma'am.
As it pertains to your training, you testified that you've been with the FBI about 10 years?
No, I'm with the Atlanta Police Department, but I've been training with their CAST unit for roughly about 10 years.
Okay, so you actually never employed with the FBI?
No, ma'am.
Okay, and you've gone to the FBI training for detail record analysis
Call detail record analysis and cell site location analysis.
and cell site location?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And is the detail record analysis a different type of training than it is for the cell site location, or is it the same thing?
It's the same thing.
Okay. And what type of, when you go to class,
Yep.
what are some of the things you are being taught in class?
So we go over like radio frequency theory. We go over how particular devices interact with the network, how networks interact with each other, how that's presented in the records. We look at, data records, call records, text records. We also have timing advance, which is technically an engineering record. And yeah.
So if you were in class and you would have an instructor that's saying, hey, this is what a cell phone record looks like. This is what a, some other type of data record looks like. Is that how your training works?
Well, a lot of it is like that, and it's usually a group. So the FBI, when they actually come and work with local law enforcement, they train as a group. And not only do you get the training, you get the examples. You have to have in-working sessions to be able to show that you understand the content and exactly what's going on.
Now, when you attend a CAST training with the FBI, how many hours are you doing?
We usually do it 3 days at a time.
Okay. And during that 3-day training, is one 3-day training considered a full training session?
Yeah, it'd be one considered a full training session. Yes, ma'am.
And so is that the 3 days total for the alternate years that you train?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, focusing on your cell tower training,
Yes, ma'am.
when was the last time you had cell tower training?
Last year.
That's 2023?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you did that last training, it was for 3 days?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
Okay. I believe you testified that you have a couple of hundred hours of training.
Yes, ma'am, total.
So you're calculating that based on the 10 years you say you've been attending FBI CAS trainings?
That along with training with the DEA and training with other experts in the field. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, the testimony you just provided about the 3 days, is that also with the DEA or just the FBI?
No, that's just the FBI. The FBI is a standalone organization who teaches this. The DEA has their own experts. A lot of the federal agencies have their own experts.
Okay, so when you're doing your DEA training, is that associated with cell tower?
It is, ma'am.
Okay, and is it the similar training as what you would receive when you did the FBI CAS training?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You also testified that you are certified as it pertains to Fulton, Cobb, and DeKalb. Did I get that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And how do you get certified?
Experience and be able to prove that you are a knowledge expert in whatever field you're testifying about.
So what did you do to become certified in Fulton?
So the first thing that I did was I started working these call detail records for my own cases. Hundreds of cases later, years and a lot of training later, I was introduced as somebody who knew more than a normal person about call detail records. And then the judge certified the expert witness.
Okay, so your certification entails, I've been investigating this type of case long enough, and I've attended enough classes in this subject matter, and now I'm certified.
No, man, that's completely up to the court. The court certifies me.
So when you say you've been certified, meaning in testifying in those 3 jurisdictions, a court has designated you or certified you as an expert?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, that's easier to understand. I'd ask Ms. Mignot to get to areas where she thinks there may be questions as to qualification, as in concerns.
Those were my qualification concerns, Your Honor.
Got it.
Thank you.
Okay. And turning to the accused, sir, do you have any questions about Investigator Sless's qualifications? So this isn't, you may have questions later on about his testimony. Right now, it's merely a question of, do I designate Investigator Sless as an expert in the field of call detail record analysis and cell site location analysis? Any questions about his qualifications in those 2 areas? All right, sir, I designate you as an expert in those 2 fields for the purposes of this trial. Mr. Hiles, let's get moving.
Okay. Okay, did I ask you to review some records in this particular case?
You did, sir.
Okay. And how many records did I ask you to review?
2 sets of records.
So, well, Your Honor, at this time, I am going to tender into evidence State's Exhibit number 29, which are the self-authenticating records of Instagram for a 1,100 baby slap.
Okay.
So,
Well, do you have several you're going to do? Because it looks like you got 2 things in your hands. Let's do everything at once.
and I would also, these are the self-authenticating records for labeled as State's Exhibit 30. They are the cell phone number from T-Mobile 470-646. I'm sorry, 470-646-4757. I would tender both of those into evidence as self-authenticating documents.
Got it. They're business records for which you've provided the certification information in previous pleadings in this case.
Yes.
All right, Ms. Mignot, any objection to the admission of states 29 and 30?
No, you're right.
And for the accused, any objection to the admission of those two sets of records?
No, sir.
Okay, they're admitted.
Did you grab the PDFs that I showed you of the site of the Instagram records?
No, there's a document sitting right here.
Ah,
All right, let's not leave stuff in front of the jury, please.
so I would turn your attention to states exhibit number 29.
Yes, sir.
Is page 1 of the documents. Let's see. If you look in the top left-hand corner, where it says service, what does that say?
Instagram.
Okay. And what does the target number below that say?
The target number is 307-640-912.
Okay. And what does it say as the account identifying information?
Well, let's see. We have the identifier is 1100.
Just next to account.
I got you. The 1100 baby slat.
Okay. And on the date generated, what date does it say these records were generated?
Now on my screen, I have a stay muted and an unmute screen that's kind of blocking.
Yeah, please click the stay muted button and then all should be revealed.
Okay, can you, the generated date, what does it say?
It's still up. The little box is still up.
How is, so click the stay muted button.
Oh, I do that?
Yes, you.
I got you.
There you go. All
I
right.
apologize, Your Honor. I
That's
thought it was
okay.
something that
Nope, I wasn't clear. Your finger did it. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And what is the number associated with, or the data with, associated with the generated?
So the report itself was generated on February 11th, 2020 at 16:52:56, and that's in UTC time.
Okay, while I have you here, and we're on this topic, please tell the jury what UTC time is.
So it's a way to categorize time. So UTC is Universal Coordinated Time. Consider it like Zulu time for the military, basically London time. And we use that to where we can devise what the local time is based off of UTC. So they don't have to do the conversions. We do the conversions.
And the date range of the records provided, what does that say?
From November 7th, 2019 at 0000 UTC time to November 8th, 2019 to 23:59 UTC.
That's the date range of when these were generated, right?
That's what the records would hold, those dates.
Okay. Now, what is the registered email associated with that?
Robinson Tyrone 999@gmail.com.
Okay, and I'm going to direct your attention to this same document. I'm going to page 14,282. And where it says phone numbers that I've highlighted, will you please read what it says for phone numbers?
Sure, it'd be 1-470-646-4757.
Okay. And is that the same phone number associated with the cell phone records that I asked you to review?
Yes, sir. It was one of them. Yes, sir.
Okay. And where it says phone numbers definition, will you please read that phone number's definition?
Yes, sir. So phone numbers provided by the account holder, verified in quotation marks, indicates the account holder responded to a text sent to the listed phone number.
Okay, and what does it say next to the phone numbers that you just read out?
It was a verified phone number.
Okay,
And I'm sorry, counsel, what page are we on?
14,282.
You hadn't memorized all the pages, Ms. Mignon?
Not yet.
Okay.
Briefly stop my screen share while I go to. Now, I'm going to go to page 14,436. So I'm directing your attention to the highlighted date.
Okay.
What does that say?
It is November 7th, 2019 at 1:29:56 UTC time.
Okay. And is this reflected of a message that was sent inside the records?
Yes.
Okay. And who is the author of this message?
NFNC_freak.
And what does the text say?
It says UGT iPhone.
Okay. What do you interpret that to mean?
You got iPhone.
Okay. And I'm going down to the next line. What is the date and time of the response message?
November 7th, 2019 at 13:30:14 UTC time.
Okay. And what is the number that is replied to in the text?
470-646-4757.
Okay. And is that the same number reflected in the cell site location information that I asked you to analyze?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'll briefly stop sharing while I stay inside these records. So inside the records, I'm going to the linked media shared with these. Okay. Now, inside these Instagram records, what is linked media inside of Instagram records?
So when you get you have to send off a search warrant to be able to get somebody's social media account. So you'll be able to get content of those social media accounts. So you get the photos that they post, the videos that they post, and along with any messages like the ones that you read earlier would be that. The linked media itself would be either the photos or the videos associated with the account.
Okay. I'm playing the video inside of I'm going to stop sharing one more time so I can make sure the sound is playing. Your Honor, I'm going to see if the flag, how it works here. Video inside of these same Instagram records. What does, the title on the top of that, song that is playing, what is it, or that picture, what does that say?
It reads, partner in crime, PIC.
Okay, and what is it stated below that?
Young Bands, YUNGBANS.
Okay, does the person associated in that picture appear to be in the courtroom at this time?
May I stand?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and where are they located?
The defendant next to the counselor in the maroon suit.
And play one more video. And does the person? Oh. Oh my gosh.
It's not on the big screen?
It's about 25 seconds behind the big screen that the jurors are viewing.
Okay.
I'm gonna, and I've already hit pause.
Is it catching up?
Now it is. I hit pause 25 seconds ago. Okay. This is why I use the.
I'll tell them some other time how bad technology is here in the Fulton County courtroom. Okay. We can't approach because it's more complicated than that. So do we need to take something up outside the presence of the jury?
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'll ask you to step into the jury room. We'll get you back in here as soon as we can. Don't talk about the case.
All right, the jury.
You can stay here.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You bet. All right, everyone be seated. Ms. Mignot.
Your Honor, my understanding was that this witness was going to be testifying regarding the cell tower, how cell towers work, that kind of thing. It was not my understanding that any videos were going to be played or that this witness was gonna testify regarding any videos. I thought that based on our prior communications, any type of video was coming in through, I believe it's an officer.
Miller. Me too. What's going on, Mr. Hiles?
So these are in the Instagram records. They're self-authenticating. And we had the back and forth earlier today about how am I going to potentially tie this number to the defendant? So I'm showing that the videos contained inside the record are that of, I'm not gonna go in and I'm not gonna play anymore. I just want to show that there's 2 videos in there that show Mr. Robinson in his face.
Okay, so that's the extent of it, because my concern, and there's some ESP going on here, is that the next question is going to be, what's the green bandana? And well, we don't know that. We don't know, absolutely not, because this is an expert on cell site location and cellular data record analysis. And here we are, like, hey, here's a guy with a gun and a bandana and young slat. So I appreciate the connectivity, and I'm allowing that. And if we're not playing any more of this video, then Ms. Mignot was assured that we're not getting into, did you recognize the other guy? What's the significance of the green bandana? I didn't know, and I wouldn't have been shocked if it was your next question, because it's a fair question, not with this witness. That's not his space, at least not the way he's been qualified. So this was purely connectivity. Any other videos you're going to show from the Instagram records?
That's it. I think I'm done with the Instagram records.
Okay. So let's perfect the record. Yes, ma'am.
This witness just identified my client based on a name that belongs to someone else. And that concerns me, because what the state just played says young bands. The state is fully aware that my client is not young bands.
I'm sure they're going to clear that up. And I want to be, I don't believe the record shows that Investigator Sluss ever said young bands is over there. The question was, is the person in that picture here in court. Yep, and he identified Mr. Robinson. Now, if anything, the state has confused the jury because it looks like his name is Young Vans. And yet what has been presented to the jury in opening is that he's Young Slat. So if anything, I think it inures to your client's benefit, because opening again is Young Vans is someone different. I think they gave his name, I'm blanking on the name. And somehow, even though he was there for planning it, he wasn't there for doing it. You emphasized that in your opening. So they're going to need to clear up, should they choose to, why the name Young Vans was plastered on a picture of your client. But I don't see anything inappropriate about the identification, because Sluss was not asked, is that who you know to be Young Vans? You're a gang expert. Who do you know Young Vans? That will blow up if Miller says, oh yeah, that's Young. It doesn't blow up in a bad way for you, I think. And it's a big problem for the state.
Well, not necessarily, Judge, because the jurors could have it confused to think that I don't have credibility and my client actually is Young Vans. And that the testimony from the two ladies that are gonna come in, that it was Young Vans, me, Lauren, and this, now I'm the liar, and they believe my client's Young Vans.
Okay.
So
Well, then you may have some clearing up to do, but the reality is, in what appears to be your client's Instagram account, there's a picture of him in a photo that says Young Vans on it. Now, was that a reference to the performer who was making the music that was in the background? Don't know. You guys can explain all that, but this witness didn't say that's Young Vans. This witness said the guy in the picture is the guy sitting next to the lady in the maroon outfit. So I don't see an issue with that, but I want you to be able to make the record that you want about that.
yeah, I'm not comfortable with it, Your Honor, and I would move to strike.
Okay. Anything else, Mr. Hiles?
No.
Okay. Mr. Pritchett, sir, do you have anything you want to get on the record at this point concerning the videos that were played from the Instagram records that the state contends don't relate to you? Okay. All right. I'm going to deny the motion to strike, and we will bring the jurors back in based on Mr. Hiles's representation that he is playing no more videos from the Instagram content with this witness.
Yes.
Great. Let's bring him in.
All rise for the jurors. Jurors are present and accounted for.
Thank you, Deputy Gordon. Everyone else can be seated. I want to give you all a shout out for mixing it up. You don't always go to the same seat. I appreciate that. Good job. We're going to continue with the direct examination of Investigator Sluss.
And Investigator Sluss, did you prepare a demonstrative exhibit for your presentation today, your testimony today on cell site location information
Yes, sir, I did.
and call detail record analysis?
Yes, sir, I did.
Mr. Pritchett, did you see all of this? No.
Do you have another copy?
I do.
Okay, why don't you leave one with Mr. Pritchett and with the accused, and you use the other.
Here you go. I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 34. Okay. Do you recognize that to be your full and complete demonstrative exhibit that you prepared for the jury?
Yes, sir, I did.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would tender State's Exhibit 34, the Officer Sluss's PowerPoint presentation.
Ms. Mignot, other than the objections that we've already worked through outside the presence of the jury concerning this exhibit, do you have any objections to its admission as a demonstrative aid?
No additional objections.
All right. And sir, the accused, do you have any objections to the admission of States 34 as a demonstrative aid, which means it won't go back with the jury during their deliberations? It's just used as an aid to demonstrate principles that this witness will be testifying about.
The only objection is just late disclosures the first time we seen it.
Okay, that's noted and preserved. It's admitted as a demonstrative aid.
All right. What did I ask you to look at?
So two different sets of records. One was a Sprint customer, the other one was a T-Mobile customer.
Then talk about the Sprint customer. We're going to focus on the T-Mobile, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. And were there any specific dates that I asked you to focus on?
Yes, on the evening of the 7th into the morning of the 8th of November, 2019.
And what specifically was I asking you to do?
So there were two places of entrance that you mentioned. One was 199 14th Street in Atlanta, and then the other one would be 1040 Wiley.
And as far as the records that were actually turned over for you, what was the date range of the records that you?
There was the 4 days, so 9, 8, 7, 6, the 6th through the 9th.
Okay. In your typical analysis, is that a lot of records to analyze, a lot of data to go through?
No, sir, it's not.
All right, what's the purpose of your analysis?
So we want to be able to use the records of these two devices and then marry them to the information that you're going to get in this particular trial. So if we have dates of interest, we have places of interest, and we want to see how the devices are interacting with the network along those times.
So exactly what is a historical CDR analysis?
So your cell phone company basically keeps records for you. So it'll keep a record of every outgoing phone call, incoming phone call, text messages, the data that you use. It will give a start time onto a phone call and end time. It will give your number, the number that called you, the number that you called, if it was a routed number. It's also going to list, if it has the ability to list it, possibly the tower that's being used and then the antenna from the tower that's being used.
Is that the explanation of exactly what call detail records are?
Yes, sir. So it's just the business records that they keep on your device.
All right. How does this? Why don't you tell a jury how a cellular phone works on the network?
So other than being a very expensive pocket computer, it uses RF waves to be able to communicate with the tower. So signals will be going from your phone to towers, and then towers are going to be sending data back to your phone. It's basically a two-way radio. So when you're making a phone call, you have incoming and outgoing RF signals to your device. Am I going too fast, Your Honor?
No.
Okay.
Is there anything else you need to add?
Yeah. So, I mean, not really, not on that part.
You let me know when to move.
I got you. So if we want to see how, so you have a wireless device, right? So the part of the wireless is between your device and the tower, and then it becomes a wired device. But imagine that your device is going to be sending. So when you decide that you're going to call your mom or your dad or whoever it would be, and you hit send, your device is going to be sitting there listening to the available cell phone towers, and then it's going to pick the tower with the strongest signal. Okay. Once it connects to that tower, that information that goes from your phone into that is going to be digitized, and put into the network. So it'll go device, tower, to a group of towers, to a main switch. That's kind of like the computer, the brains behind everything. And then it's going to retrace the steps back to either another cell phone that you're calling or to a landline or whatever it may be. So as you guys are probably driving down the interstate, you see towers, right? The cell phone towers that you see with the little corrals. Those are the antennas that we're kind of talking about. These are the ones that's going to be sending and receiving these RF signals. And I put two different demonstratives in here because we've all seen the cell phone towers, right? But in Atlanta, especially anywhere in a larger metropolitan area, you're going to see them on the side of buildings. You're going to see them on the side of water towers. They can be basically anywhere. They can be on top of a telephone pole. So what's important about the communications between your device and the tower is if we know where the tower is, we know a general geographic area that your device is operating in. Because remember, your device is going to pick the strongest signal. All right. That's generally the closest tower. Not always, but generally the closest tower. And if we know the antenna that it's operating with, then we can get a direction from that tower that your device is operating on. So if we know the location and we know a general direction from that tower that you're making that phone call, text messages, or using data in the background. Now, we can take this information and we can map this out. So this is like the demonstrative part of it. If I know where the cell phone tower is by the latitude and longitude, then I have a place on a map. And if I know that that particular antenna has 120 degrees of responsibility from that tower, now I can project out the devices in the direction away from that tower that it's using. So to kind of give you an idea, if you look at the pictures there, if I were to sit there and just take the raw data and then superimpose it onto a map, I know where the device is away from that tower in a general direction.
Now, as part of the, like you said, knowing the location of the towers from the company, is that part of the information that is included in your in the records as you analyze it?
Yes, sir, they are.
So you're able to look at a map, you get the longitude and latitude of the location of the towers, and you know exactly where they sit.
Well, I know exactly where the tower is, and then I know the direction of responsibility that that antenna is responsible for.
Yes, I should clarify. You know exactly where the tower sits, not anyone making necessarily the phone call.
That's correct, sir.
What is timing advanced of?
All right, so we've talked about kind of the calls, right? The calls, the text, the data, all right? That's going to be going in and out. Now, the network has another thing that it uses. It's an engineering record. And it's basically a synchronization between your device and the towers, right? To kind of give you an example, your device is always playing this Marco Polo game. Your device is saying Marco, and then all the towers are saying Polo. So your device knows which towers it can talk to, which ones have the strongest signal. And then the network knows which tower it needs to send a call when your mom calls you. All right, so we at least kind of know what's going on. And it gets a little bit more in the weeds from there, but generally that's pretty much it. That's the best analogy that I've come up with so far. So in between phone calls, in between text messages, the network is listening for devices and trying to figure out how it's going to communicate if it needs to communicate. Sometimes it's collected in these records and these engineering records. And if we get that, then we can use that as, again, a demonstrative of where we believe, at least as close as we can, where the device might be. So here's an example, and it's an example directly from this case. So in these little records of all these different numbers, I can sit there and I'll know exactly where a tower is located. Your Honor, may I stand up so I can show the jury?
Sure. You also are able, your call, as long as the court reporter can hear you, you can mark on that screen if marking on that screen demonstrates what you want to demonstrate. Otherwise, feel free to use the big screen, but speak loudly enough that Ms. Rivers can hear you. Your call.
Okay, thank you very much, Your Honor. I like to stand. So I'll give you an example. So that's a location, the little dot right there. This pie graph is, that right there is where the tower is located, okay? This antenna that's making this incoming phone, taking this incoming phone call from, is in this general direction away from that tower. So we're giving a demonstrative, okay, we know the tower's here, we know that it's listening for devices in this direction, all right? So, for the records, we can be able to say that somewhere in this direction, away from that tower, that device is making the communication. And we're just gonna make a demonstrative of it, okay? So imagine it's 120 degrees here, I would have another 120 degrees on this side, I have another 120 degrees on this side. Now, we know that it's not talking to the tower on that side because it can't communicate from this, okay? This shaded space, I'll get a lot of questions about the shaded space. That's just to be able to show you the direction. It's not how far it is away from the tower. It's nothing. It's just, hey, this is the direction that we're looking. Okay, so we'll have the phone number from the records, okay? We'll have the ENOB, that's a fancy name for the actual antenna itself. The cell ID, the azimuth. So I didn't really get a chance to talk about azimuth. When we're talking about direction, we're talking about the direction from the tower out, right? So 280 degrees azimuth would be in this direction, okay? And then we're gonna take 60 degrees north, or 60 degrees to the right, 60 degrees to the south, and then all of a sudden we've got our 120 degrees of responsibility for that. We know the latitude and longitude of the tower itself. We know what date and time the call was captured from the network records, and then we can see that it was an incoming voice call from one number to another.
So, as we're talking about this call, or is there another slide on this?
No, that's just an example.
What is subscriber information?
Okay, so subscriber information is basically the person who pays the bill, okay? This is where they mail the bill to for that person to pay for that phone. It is, this particular case, Stephanie Graham is the person who pays the bill. She lives at 1883 Bonneview Street Southwest in Atlanta, Georgia. We can tell some different things. We have an account number, the activation date. It'll also give you the type of device. This happens to be an iPhone 6S. Then we have the ICCID number, which is just a device number. The IMSI number, that's the subscriber number. That's the International Mobile Subscriber Identifier. Okay, and that's basically your account number for that phone. And then the MSISDN number is the actual telephone number itself. So when you're looking at subscriber information, this is what they hold information about the payee.
So I got a question for you. If a, can a different device ever become associated with the same account?
Yes.
Okay, so what does it say the effective date of the iPhone 6S becoming associated with this account is?
2/2/2020. Well, hold on. 7/14/2019 is the account effective date.
Okay, but I'm talking about the device details. You go all the way to the bottom. So the device details, right,
Mhm.
shows that what device is connected at the time these records are sent in, correct?
Right. So if we were to send in a search warrant today, whatever that phone number, that would be the account and the phone that would be it to it.
Right. So as these records were responded, what date did that iPhone 6S in the MDN effective date, what date did that iPhone 6S become associated with this particular account?
So February 2nd, 2020.
Okay. So does that mean, let's hypothetically, if a phone was stolen, taken, or, kept in custody, on a prior date, would that be reflective in this records? Anything as these response records show, does it show the previous devices associated with it?
No, this does not show previous devices. It's just the one at the capture of the time that the search warrant was executed.
Okay, thank you. And that's just the search warrant as it applies to the call detail records associated at the time of.
Yes, sir, that is.
The subscriber information was what is that? Is it the same?
So it's going to be a different provider, different number. So the first one was a T-Mobile account. This one right here is a Sprint account, and the phone number associated with that is 404-447-6440.
And, to be clear, none of the subscriber information in here says it, like, as it is written, none of it says Tyrone Robinson and none of it says Maxx Pritchett, correct?
That's correct.
Now, how many phone records or how much subscriber information have you reviewed over the course of the years?
Maybe a couple thousand.
Couple thousand, okay. Is it common for the records, I guess the subscriber information, the person who said pays the bill?
Mhm.
Is it common for that to differ from the person that actually holds the device that it is connected to?
Yes, that's common. I'll give you an example. So like I have a family. So I'm the payee on my T-Mobile account. So if you were to look up my son's phone number, it would say me, not my son's name.
Is it going to say any name that you give them or open the account under?
That depends. So typically what you have to do is you have to present some kind of ID. So Verizon, T-Mobile now, Sprint, and AT&T would require some kind of form of ID. Now, back in the day before T-Mobile actually bought out Metro PCS, it could be Mickey Mouse, and they didn't care. It was just whatever name that you wanted associated with it.
Okay. Is there anything to prevent somebody asking them to buy them an account with someone else's? Like, say, hey, will you use your name and I'll pay you for that?
It's possible, yes, sir.
All right. Why'd you include this stuff?
All right, so this right here is some of the engineering records. I'll give you an example. So remember
What?
engineering records?
Okay.
So remember we were talking about timing events, the Marco Polo going on in the background. Well, Sprint was able to preserve one of those Marco Polo instances associated with a phone call somewhere right around that time. And what you're seeing here is you'll see the tower that's being used. The switch number, the NEID, so that would be the tower. The cell ID, which would specifically the tower, the direction of azimuth. You're going to see that it's a 16-second hold on that device to that tower. And this is, again, we're not talking about a phone call. We're just talking about the network says, hey, I hear this phone 0.34 miles away from that particular tower talking to that antenna.
And are the towers for Sprint and the towers for T-Mobile all going to be facing the same direction, have the same azimuth? Yeah.
The answer is yes and no. So it kind of depends. Usually when you have a company, you'll have a corral. You'll have the 3 different antennas. They'll all have their 120 degrees. Now the networks, what they want to do is they want to set it up to where it optimizes them. You'll noticeably see, especially around malls or apartment complexes or densely settled areas, you'll see them directing their antennas towards a large group of customers because you don't want to sit there and have to split between 2 different sectors. And in this particular case, T-Mobile customers might be different than Sprint customers. So their azimuth might be different because they're trying to make it best for their customers. Remember the old phone calls, can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? It's one of the reasons they try to optimize that.
Now, what is this called?
So this is a call between the 2 phone numbers. So there was, in the 4 days of records that they asked me to look over, there was only 1 phone call in common between these 2 devices. Okay. And it was an incoming phone call to 470-646-4757 from the other 404 number that I showed you in the Sprint records. The tower information isn't available for the Sprint, but it is for that T-Mobile line. So if you were to look there, this is the tower and the sector or antenna that call is being made between the 2 parties. And on that network, this phone call lasted 24 seconds on that T-Mobile network.
Okay. Was there any other activity on that 470-646 4757 number on this date?
Yes, there was several different phone calls, starting roughly about 3:20-ish to like 3:40-ish. There's like three directly in a row. One of them happens to be between the two devices I was asked to look at.
Okay. Okay. But it wasn't until, you didn't see anything reflective until after that 320.
Yeah, so in the record, you're going to see like there's no communication to this particular device between just after 5 p.m. on the 7th until this set of three phone calls starts happening just right around 3:30 a.m. on the 8th.
So I want to get to that. You said one phone number called the other, but it's only reflective in the records associated with 470-646-4757.
Well, no, I'm not saying that. I'm saying I've got two different sets of records that I can see the phone call being made. The T-Mobile actually captured the tower information and captured the sector information. Now, because of the way the phone call was made on the Sprint network, it was basically a data call. Like, I wouldn't call it a Wi-Fi call, but you can call over data. It's a VO voice call is what Sprint calls it. So it's not going to capture that tower information for that. It just goes over the data plan.
What is a VO voice call?
So think of it as, I mean, you could be using an app through the device. It could be, but it's just a digitized phone call that's not the typical phone call that you think of. When you dial your mom's number and you hit send, you're going to use another avenue that Sprint allows you to do that's not that.
Okay. So WhatsApp, would that be a VoIP?
Well, it'd be a voice over IP. It'd be a VoIP communication. So any app on your phone, I'll give you an example. So let's say you use Facebook to make a phone call or Instagram to make a phone call, because we can do that now. That's going to go over the data plan. That's not going to be in the call detail records. That's going through the data.
And it wouldn't be reflective on the towers, is what you're saying.
Well, the way that Sprint actually holds that information, like they show you the toll of the call, how long it was on the network from call to call. It's going to give you basically just a generic tower locator and any ID number. All right. Saying that, this was a voice over voice call. So it's not in a toll, it's in the data.
Okay. And would that prevent you from being able to track the location via the cell towers?
Well, it wouldn't be I wouldn't be able to see it in the records because of the way they capture that particular type of call.
Okay. So it would not be reflected.
It would not be reflected. I get the call, just not the tower.
Anything else?
That's it.
Well, I have one question.
Sure.
Did you, the 1040 Wiley Street address that I asked you about?
Yeah.
Did you see any call activity at all between, let's say, midnight and 3 a.m. And these two numbers at that, in or around that area?
No, there wasn't any calls or tower location information for either device around Wiley Street.
Okay. Now, one thing I wanted to, so when you're looking at records like this, do you have to make a phone call in order for to get location information based on the call detail records like this?
Well, all right. So we're gonna have to differentiate two different
So,
things. So we're talking about timing advance. That's an engineering record. And then we got the actual tolls at your phone calls. That's a call detail record. Two different things held by the companies, right? If you're not making a phone call, it's possible to have timing advance information, all right, if the device is on and talking to the network. Okay. If it's not on or not talking to the network, they won't be there. It's also possible that they didn't capture that information or store that information. It's also possible that they waited too long to be able to get the information. So there could be information out there. And if it's there, then we grab it and then we're able to analyze that.
So looking at the information for number 470-646-4757, did you have any timing advance records?
No, there wasn't any timing advance records for that.
So if there was no activity on the device, would you even be able to tell the location of the device?
No, I wouldn't be able to tell you the location of the device.
And was there between the hours of midnight and 3 a.m., was there even any activity on that device.
Well, not in the records themselves. I didn't see any timing advance records for this particular account. But as far as phone calls, there's no phone calls, there's no text messages within those CDRs during that time frame.
No further questions.
Ms. Mignot, do you have questions for Investigator Sluss?
Yes, Your Honor.
Now's the time.
Okay, so the questions I have is, your testimony was that towers, your cell phone is going to play Marco Polo and it's gonna try to reach a cell tower, so it works, right?
Yes, it's considered synchronization.
Okay, and if my phone is looking for the strongest tower, it's not necessarily the closest tower.
That's correct.
So I believe you said that it can generally tell you where the phone is, but not always, correct?
Well, it can, if you're making a communication, it'll tell you the antenna that it's talking to. So that device thinks that that's the strongest signal and that's the connection that I'm making. So that device, because it's your device that determines that. So if your device hears the louder signal, that's the one it's going to communicate with.
Okay. Isn't it true that if my device goes to a tower and that tower is too full, and that tower doesn't say Polo, it's gonna go to the next tower that says Polo?
What are you talking about, like the tower's inoperable?
If the tower is either inoperable or if the tower is full, there's too many cell phones that are currently using that tower.
That's a great question. So the way that the network plays that through is your device, again, makes the connection with the tower, right? And then the tower's like, hey, look, we're really busy. I'm going to give you to this other tower. It's almost as good. Here you go. And it's called a handoff. So you'll see the first record of the connection to that strongest signal, and then you'll see the connection to that next sector of a next tower to be able to make that call happen to optimize the network.
So the engineering records would show both. It would show the handoff. It wouldn't only show the second tower.
So it would be you'd show two towers. So you'd see the first one, the connection, and then the one that it gets transferred to.
Okay, so if you're looking at data and you're only able to get data for one tower, the first tower that I talked to, would you still be able to get data to show that I tried to go to another one? It says I'm busy and I'm going to another one?
Well, yeah, it would be in the record. So you'd see like you'd have one record right after another of the exact same phone call, the exact same length. The only thing that's going to change is the tower location and then the eNode B or the NEID, the sector itself.
Okay.
So let's say, I'll give you an example. So let's say I have a tower in this corner and a tower in that corner. I'm obviously closer to this tower, right? So when I hit that send button, it's going to connect to that tower. And if that network says, hey, I'm a little busy, I'm going to throw you over here. You'll see the record of this connection and then the handoff to that tower itself.
Okay. So if somebody's injured in that corner and you were to look at my cell towers, it would still look as if I was close enough to injure someone all the way over there, right?
Hold on. Okay. That's a little bit complicated. Can you rephrase that one more time?
So you just sent to the tower that's in this corner.
Right.
And it says I'm busy and it sends it to that tower, right? And if somebody's injured closer to that tower.
I'm confused too. Injured is suddenly introduced here.
I'm looking at the picture that he was showing to show the photograph. Counselor, if you can put it back up.
The word injured though, how about someone making a phone call? You can use whatever word you want, but saying someone's you've lost me. So
what I was looking for, Your Honor, is to say that if the records, this exact depiction right here.
Sure.
It's doing a global, right? So it's doing a global view. The drawing you testified, it was doing like an area, it's showing a particular area.
Yes.
And it's showing that area pointing in the direction where it thinks the phone is?
Well, it's the area that we know that the phone would be because it has to be able to, that antenna is listening this way. It can't listen back here.
Okay.
So we're looking towards the direction of where that device is as it's communicating from the tower. Now, where it is in that pie, I can't tell you for certain.
Okay.
Okay. The only thing that we can use this information for is, I'll give you an example. So let's say that somebody told me that my wife was on Pryor Street in downtown Atlanta, right? Then I'd be like, okay, and I looked at her cell phone records. All right, is her phone operating off a tower that person told me that she was? And I'm going to marry those two pieces of information together to see whether it's a verifiable fact. See what I mean?
So if you're verifying that fact, it's possible she's not where the person told you your wife was located.
Well, here's the thing. So somebody says, hey, I see your wife, she's downtown. And I were to look at her cell phone records and she's back home in Kennesaw, then I say, okay, that person's either didn't see the right person or whatever. It's a way to be able to confirm or dispel information that you get.
Okay.
Okay. So don't think about it as an exact location. Think about it as somebody said that this person's here, or I got video of this person being here. Now let's marry up the cell phone records to see if that holds true or not.
Okay. Got it. Now, as it pertains to this record that we were looking at,
Yes, ma'am.
these records, you said that show the subscriber is the person who pays the bill.
Yes, ma'am.
You don't have any evidence in your review of this data that Mr. Robinson is connected to the subscriber listed in this, between the two
Not the
devices.
subscriber, only the stuff that came from Instagram with the verified phone number.
Okay, so as it pertains to the phone number, that's the subscriber, that's somebody else.
Yeah, that's obviously that's not Mr. Robinson
Okay.
paying the bill.
And you don't know who that person is.
No, I don't know the
Okay.
information.
There's also another name listed in the demonstrative that the state gave you. You don't know who that person is either, correct?
In the Instagram video,
Subscriber information?
Which one?
Subscriber.
There's two. Which one?
Oh, the first one. Thank you, sir.
hold on. May I use this to review, Your Honor?
Sure, and something's gonna be on the screen.
Okay.
This is not a quiz.
Yes.
Ms. Mignot is gonna direct you to one of your pages.
Yes, sir, yes, sir.
So
Right here.
this is the phone number that we're talking about. The,
Yes, sir.
Last four is 4757. So that would be the subscriber. That's the person who pays the bill.
Okay, so this person who pays the bill is Stephanie Graham, correct?
That's what it says. Yes, ma'am.
And the person who's activated on the account is Catherine Malloy?
Well, it's under just an account name.
Oh, okay, so,
So it could have been somebody who's also on the account. They might have multiple lines. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that could have put that name on there.
okay. As it pertains to this phone, if you look down, it says that this iPhone didn't hit this account until February the 2nd of 2020.
Yes.
And are you aware that this case is about November 8th, 2019?
Yes.
Okay, so these phone records are associated with an account that happened after the date of the incident in this case.
No.
Okay, explain to me.
So we have your subscriber information again, who pays the bill, the MZ number, that's the number that's associated with the account, the phone number, right?
Mhm.
So I'll give you an example. So let's say I change addresses. So I live at 1025 Inca Lane in Kennesaw, right? And then I move, okay, to 123 Main Street in Atlanta. All right. If you were to ask for my cell phone records after I moved, it's not going to list that Inca Lane account. It's going to list whatever it is that particular day that you ask.
Okay, so do you have any evidence based on your data review
Mhm.
that this account existed prior to November 8th or on November 8th of 2019?
Well, we know the effective date is July 14th, 2019. So we know that it predates November 7th or 8th.
Okay, well, I'm talking about the data at the bottom, at the phone.
Yeah.
'Cause it's-
Okay. So let's,
Excuse me.
One at a time.
I'm sorry.
So let her finish her question.
Okay.
And you may think you know the answer and you may be right, but let's let her finish the question.
I got you.
So we're looking at three parts on this page.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm down at the bottom part where it talks about an iPhone.
Mhm.
And the date, the effective date of the iPhone is February the 2nd of 2020.
That's correct.
So that's when the iPhone started being used on this account.
Yes.
So if I am using the phone
Mhm.
because I'm the kid of someone who's on this account,
Mhm.
I didn't get that phone based on this depiction, this demonstrative, until February the 2nd of 2020.
Well, that phone came online that time. So
Okay.
I had to be a phone previous to that. All right. Because we know the account was made back in July 14th, 2019. So there was a phone associated with it. But the capture date for the device itself is 2/2/20. Okay. So that had been after the search warrant.
Okay, so if Stephanie Graham had a phone
Mhm.
and it wasn't an iPhone because she was going to get an iPhone to give to me,
Mhm.
I would not have had an iPhone or be able to use an iPhone based on this record until February the 2nd of 2020.
Well, hold on. No, that's not necessarily true. So think about it like this. This is capturing the device the day that you asked for it. Okay. It's not going to give you previous devices. We know that there were previous devices because the account was open. All right. We're going to kind of get into a little bit more. So you have your phone number, the MSISDN, the 470 number. All right. That's your cell phone number. All right. We can port that to any carrier that we want to, right? We can go from AT&T to Verizon to T-Mobile to whatever. Okay. This is what stays the same. The phone number can be moved to any device. Okay. The IMEI, well, which is not listed here, but the IMEI is basically your social security number for your phone. That stays with the device. Okay. And then you have the MZ, the IMSI, the subscriber information that stays with the account. So you got 3 different numbers doing 3 different things. So when we're looking at this business record, we know that on 2/2/2/20, they switched to an iPhone. What happened before? Can't tell you. But on 2/2/2/20, they activated an iPhone 6S into this account, and that's the capture.
Is there a way to tell from the records if the number that I would call the phone number as a layperson, the number ending in 757, was the number assigned to the device assigned to Ms. Graham's account in November of 2019?
Yes.
Okay. So what has changed from November 2019 is that a few months later, February 2020, a different phone, it could have switched to iPhone. The one before could have been a Google phone, doesn't really matter, but the device as of February 2 was the iPhone with that MC number.
That's
But
correct.
if we had a go back in time machine, that phone number of 757 was still part of Ms. Graham. It just was going through a different device.
That's 100%
It
correct.
could be a 6S, it could be a 5S, it could be a flip phone through this service provider.
That's correct, Ron.
Okay.
As it pertains to any of the Instagrams that we look at,
Mhm.
are you testifying that that came from this iPhone?
No, I'm not. I'm saying that that phone number associated with that Instagram account was verified. So I'll give you an example. So when you download Instagram to your phone, it's going to say, I need to verify your number because, you know, it's going to be using your phone to be able to do things. And then you verify it because you got it, you downloaded it. Now we know that that phone number is associated with that Instagram account because you had to go through the device to verify.
Okay, so as it pertains to this case, you have no evidence that the 2 devices that you reviewed as it pertains to this case were pinging off of Wiley Street location where the incident,
No, there were no pings over there.
okay. No text communication between the 2 devices in Wiley Street location?
No, the only communication that's in the call detail records is that one phone call at 3 something in the morning.
Okay, that 24-second phone call.
Yes.
Okay, and as you sit here, you don't have any evidence that the person who made a 24-second phone call is Mr. Tyrone Robinson?
No, sir. I'm going through the records only.
Okay.
So the other evidence would have to show that, not these.
You don't know anything as it pertains to your testimony here today about any suspect as it pertains to the robbery?
No,
And you don't have any information that he was in the house at Riley Street?
no, ma'am.
Okay. And none of this is pertaining to that either, correct? Riley Street.
Yeah, again, there's no call detail records that is anywhere that would touch Wiley Street that night.
Okay, thank you, sir. No further questions.
I'm turning to the accused, sir. Do you have any questions for Investigator Sluss? Okay, if you'll come on up to the microphone, please.
If you can you please pull up the last slide?
Which slide?
This one.
The last one?
Oh, yeah, I got you.
Just for clarification, I got how you described, basically the graph, how you pick what north and a south.
Yeah, so I'm going to pick the azimuth. So
Yeah,
the
the azimuth
direction,
was the way.
and then I'm going to add 60 and subtract 60. So
Okay.
you can call it north, south, you can call it east, west.
So, and this is supposed to, describe what again? This azimuth, I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing it wrong. What is it supposed to describe again?
So we know which antenna that particular device is communicating with.
Mhm.
So we know which antenna, we know where the tower location is, and we know what area that antenna is responsible for listening to devices.
Okay, so now just to be more specific, is that area confined to that circle or is it confined to the point north and the point south?
Well, think of it as, yes, basically a point north and a point south. So everything that's within that area of responsibility, let's call it west of the tower, that device could be operating anywhere in that vicinity when it's communicating to that tower.
So all the way to the north point, for example, it could be operating in Sherwood Forest.
It could be in Loring Heights, Atlantic Station, Home Park, Georgia Tech, any of those places. I can't tell you specifically where the
No, I
device is.
was just saying, for example, could it be like I said, could the point extend all the way north to Sherwood Forest? I was just wondering, for example, could it be over there though? I'm just saying, like,
It wouldn't be on the opposite side of the antenna.
Okay.
So like the antenna's listening here. So anything on the opposite side isn't going to be communicated through the call detail record.
okay. One other thing. I think you testified briefly on it, but when a phone is registered to the network but showing no calls or texts were made, does that mean it wasn't being used?
Ooh, that's a complicated one. So there's a couple different things going on here. So it's not saying that it's not being used. It's just in these particular records, it wasn't making a phone call and it wasn't getting a text message. We know that for a fact because it doesn't show in those.
You could be playing Angry Birds on it.
That's correct.
So it could still be being used, although no texts or no calls were being made.
Yes, or it could be completely off. It could be on airplane mode. It's just, I don't know because I don't have records to be able to say either way. It's just it's void of that information during that time period.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any follow-up, Mr. Hiles?
Yes. Okay, staying on this slide.
Okay.
What phone number is this call detail information reflective of?
So this is coming from the T-Mobile records, the 470-646-4757. All right. And it's getting an incoming phone call from 404-447-6440.
Okay, and what is the time and date of that call?
So it's November 8th, 2019. The call starts at 3:35 a.m. and that's local time. That's on a UTC that's been converted.
Okay, and where you have the 199 14th Street,
Mhm.
where you have that highlighted,
Mhm.
if a phone call was made from that address at that time, would it be consistent with bouncing off of this tower as reflected in these records?
Yes, if you were to tell me somebody was inside an apartment at 199 14th Street making a phone call, and this is what I'm looking at, I'd say yes.
And would you expect that to be the tower that it actually bounces off?
Well, looking at the records from around that same time, it's all bouncing off the same tower.
Let's say that a device was taken into custody on November 22nd or November 22nd of 2019.
Mhm.
Okay, if it was any device if a new device was associated with the same number after that,
Mhm.
it wouldn't be reflected in these particular records.
Well, your IMEI number will change. So I'll give you an example. So I have two cell phones. I got a work cell phone and I got a personal cell phone, right? So I got two devices. If I'm making phone calls with my personal phone number, right? It's got a little SIM card in here. That's where it tells you who you are. That's your MZ number, your subscriber information, your phone number is on that little SIM card. If I take my SIM card out and put it into this one, now this one is now my new personal phone number because it's got that information from my personal phone. If I look at the records, the IMEI changed, but the MZ stays the same. So the subscriber information all stays the same. It's just the device changes. That's all.
Right? Exactly. So that's going back to, I'm sorry. The device information, I guess that's what I was, at the bottom of the slide that says the device on 2/2/2020, that's not reflecting the device that was connected to that number on November 8th of 2019, correct?
So that would be, that would be the device when it came online with this subscriber.
Right.
So it wouldn't have been on that network with this subscriber prior to that.
So it could have been any other type of iPhone, we just don't know.
That's correct. The phone number is going to stay the same. The MZ is going to stay the same. It's just the IMEI number is going to change.
Oh, yeah.
Ms. Mignot, anything else?
Yeah, I just want to be clear. None of this that we just talked about, Detective Sliz,
It's okay. Close enough.
it is associated with Wiley Street, correct?
No, again, there wasn't any records at the time of concern for Wiley Street.
And council showed you the graph. If I were all the way at the top of that graph, it would show that I'm pinging from the same tower too, right?
Yeah, can you go back?
Okay.
The 14th Street. He asked you about the 14th Street.
Gotcha. So, yeah, here, may I stand up, Your Honor?
Sure.
We're on delay. Give me an example. So,
Council asked you about 14th Street. Do you see that one?
yes,
I could be there making the call.
yes,
I could be all the way down at the bottom.
you could be down at Georgia Tech, yes, ma'am.
Okay, that's the question.
Okay,
Thank you.
you bet. And to the accused, any other questions for the investigator? We're good? All right, questions from the jurors? We see a few. Pass them to Deputy Gordon, please. We're now officially into overtime. It's after 5 o'clock. Appreciate you guys are still here. We're gonna keep going. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to need you to go to your special space while I talk quickly with the lawyers about this, and we'll bring you back. Please don't talk about the case or do any outside research. All right, Mr. Hiles, if you'll come get these, if you and Ms. Mignot and Mr. Pritchett will look these over. Ms. Mignot's gonna like one of these.
Judge, you're getting to know me so well.
Yeah, well, you'll quickly see the question.
I love to do that, by the way, Your Honor.
Are you the only
Hmm?
one? The only one, Judge?
Yeah, he's the only judge.
There's 3, 2 Superior, 1 state. We're a lonely band.
My bad, my bad, my bad.
We're gonna get a long explanation later.
I'll wait for the suspense.
All right, Mr. Hiles, do you have any concerns about any of the questions from the jurors?
No.
Okay, Ms. Mignot, your concern is realized, but will be cleared up. Any concern with any of these questions?
No, you're right.
All right, and sir, Mr. Pritchett, do you have any concerns about these questions?
No, sir, I would just like to add a name for it.
Okay, you want to do that right now before they come back in? Let's do that. Okay, Deputy Gordon, if we could get, and team, if we get Mr. Robinson and Mr. Pritchett a quick break. Thank you for flagging that.
Deputy Gordon.
That's what I'm asking for.
Are you able to get that photo still of the video up on the screen?
Sure.
Please do that.
Do I need, is there more than one that I need to, I feel like it was the record, it's two. You have
Yes, the other one to put up would be the verified phone number associated with the Instagram account. You can put them up in either order. I'll do the questions in that order.
Any answer?
We're gonna call you back in like 5 minutes.
Okay.
I'll do the video first.
Okay, when you say video, you're not playing anything. You can get it up so that it shows that, or you have to play it.
So it's a picture with audio overlay. So.
Okay, but we don't need any audio. So can you get the picture up?
I'll just click share audio when I share my screen.
Great, because that way we don't have to worry about the lag. It just needs to be up on the screen. Everyone can see it, and then Investigator Celeste can answer whatever his answer is.
Okay. Body can do it
Right
now.
Double check.
So he can come to ours up here. What does he need to do?
He said ACs.
Where?
ACs. Green, just go out on that side.
Yeah. Come up here.
Is someone, Deputy Gordon, is someone
Yes.
keeping track of when these two guys are ready?
Yes.
Okay, I know he's distracted. He's helping with something else. I just want to make sure as soon as they're ready, they're back out here. We need a prosecutor, in theory. Yes, now we've got a prosecutor here. Ms. Mignot, anything before we bring the jury in?
Nothing for Mr. Robinson.
All right, Mr. Pritchett, we good for the jury? All right, Ms. Green,
Yes,
let's bring them in, please.
There appears to be about a 7-minute delay on the live stream.
All right, jury.
Great.
Mr. President, count for.
All right, everyone please be seated. Investigator Sluss,
Sir.
with the data you had, the engineering records, the call detail records, are you able to tell how far a phone is from the tower sector we've got? So if we can you put up that infamous slide with the sector on it that we've had a lot of pages discussion about, Mr. Hiles?
Yes, the live stream, I'm gonna do it right now.
No, not live stream. The slide from Investigator Sluss's presentation that has the call that we've been talking about with the sector on it. I think you understand the question, but it'd be easier if the picture is there. You know that a call, a device is pinging off that sector of that tower. Are you able to tell from all the data you receive how far that phone is from the tower?
Yes, kind of.
Okay, explain to them
Okay.
the kind of.
So there were two slides, this one and the one previous to it. Give me the one previous to it. All right, so this is the timing advance, okay? This is the Marco Polo that we're talking about. And it actually lists 0.34 miles away from that tower in that sector, okay? So imagine 0.34 miles away, that device would be plus or minus, I don't know, maybe 700 feet roughly in there, in that thing. Don't think about this. This is just a demonstrative for it. But as far as if I were to draw a line out 3.4 miles, then I know that it's within that pie within a pie.
So it is, if you took a radius, I think that would be the geometrical term, that is anchored at the vertex of that angle, that was 0.34 miles, and swept it from the top of that azimuth down to the bottom, it's somewhere on that line.
It would be somewhere on the arc, Your Honor.
Okay, so you know how far it is, but to questions you got from some of the lawyers, I can't tell you where on the arc. I just know if you were walking on that arc, 0.34 miles from the point, you're gonna bump into the device if it hasn't moved.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Hiles, I don't know which image you want to pull up first. the Instagram records that talk about a verified phone number, or the image?
We got the image.
Let's start with that.
Sounds good, but I can put sound. Just
Investigator Sluss, you were asked to confirm if the person in a photo that was pulled out of the Instagram records, we're looking at it now, if that person was here in court. Two questions about that. One, can you again clarify that there are two defendants in this case who are in court right now, and we need clarity as to which of the two you were identifying?
I believe it's Mr. Robinson is his name.
Okay, but if you could, do you know that person by name, or you were identifying that person based on the image that we see here?
So to answer the question is, if you were to show me this picture and say, is this person in the room? I would say yes, because I believe that person to look exactly like the person at the defense table.
Okay, but the two defense tables, and so the question is, which person are you talking about? If you could give more specificity, what he's wearing or where he's located, and you're welcome to move around the courtroom to do that.
So he's got a charcoal gray suit on with, I don't know, it looks like a mauve tie. No, a striped tie maybe.
But he's wearing a tie as opposed to not wearing a tie.
That's correct.
All right. Second topic about what you see in front of you. That screen says young bands on it, that screenshot.
Yes.
Are you saying that you believe the person you identified in court is young bands, or are you simply saying this picture you believe is of the person in court?
I believe the picture of this person is the person in court. I don't know if he identifies as young bands or any name whatsoever. I'm looking at that picture on.
The other image that is asked about relates to, or document relates to a verified phone number with the Instagram account 1011 baby slap, whatever that was. While he's calling that up, different question.
Yes.
You were asked a bit about the different dates on that one slide, that the account began on one date and then someone was added and then a device was added, that iPhone 6, in February of 2020. Could it be that the SIM card from the previous device associated with that phone number, the ISMSI number, but the phone number, what I call a phone number, you call a phone number, a 1-800 type thing, that the SIM card that was in the previous device got stuck into that iPhone 6 that on that record was shown to be the device of record as of February 2020?
It's possible, yeah. So the way that I would explain it, when you go get your upgrade, your phone, you typically get a new SIM card, but the SIM information will stay the same. Your MZ and your phone number will stay the same. You'll just get a new SIM card. Now, is it possible to just go buy another phone off of a private person, is to take your old SIM and put it in there, and then that's now the MZ number and the phone number stay the same, but you get a new device? That's also a possibility.
So it could be either a brand new device with a new SIM card, port in the information, or I shouldn't say brand new, a different device and port it by actually shoving the old SIM card into the new phone.
Yes, both are possible.
Okay. On your screen is information from the Instagram records about which you testified. There is a phone number that is listed as a verified phone number. Share with the jurors what's meant by verified first.
Okay, so when you so let's say if you have an iPhone, you go to your Apple store and you download Instagram, right? You're gonna have to set it up as a user information. You're gonna have an Instagram name. It's gonna ask you about your email address, what name that you want associated with it. Those are different things that it asks you. So one of the ways that it knows that it's set with a particular device is that when you download it onto the phone, now you have a phone number associated. So during the registration process, as you're going through there, and it's identified a phone through a text message saying, yes, this is the phone that I'm downloading this app onto.
That phone number that ends in 4757. Is that one of the phone numbers that was part of that phone call we've discussed from November 8th, 2019 at 3:35 a.m.?
It is the same phone.
Is it the one that received the call or made the call?
So it was an incoming phone call to this number. So the 404 number called the 470 number. So if this is the 404 number, this one calls the 470 number.
And the 470 number is the one we're looking at on the screen.
That's correct.
Mr. Hiles, do you have any questions based on the discussion I just had with Investigator Sless?
Yes. So the 470, number ending in 4757, that is the verified phone number on these Instagram records, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and we saw during your testimony that that number was shared by the owner of this Instagram on November 7th as being associated with this account still.
Yes, it's in the record. Yes.
Okay, so would you expect that on November 7th, that whoever placing those calls on that phone number to be the same person associated with these Instagram records?
I would make the assumption, yes.
That's consistent, correct?
Yes.
And then as it pertains to the call that was made on the 3:35 for the number ending in 4757, it was the on your that call, the device, the person speaking on that would be consistent with being present at 199 14th Street, correct?
That is the location, yes.
Okay. Not saying it is there, but it is consistent.
Yes, sir.
And that's all I had.
Ms. Mignot, any follow-up with Investigator Sless?
Yes. Council just asked you about whether it's consistent with being at 199 14th Street. It's also consistent with being anywhere in that 3-mile radius that you testified is possible as we looked at that radius.
Not a 3 mile, a 0.34, I believe is.
0.34 mile
But,
radius.
no, but you got to think that's a different phone call. So that's the phone call itself, the blue one, right? So I'm not measuring distance on the phone call. It's just, this is the tower, this is the antenna. Now the yellow one, which would be the Sprint records, all right? The other one, that's the timing advance. So that's the one that's giving the estimated distance away. So you're looking at two different sets of phone records. The yellow one is the Sprint, the blue one is the T-Mobile. So when we're talking about this phone call, I'm not saying that phone call's made at 0.34 miles away from the location. I'm saying it's just talking to that tower in that sector.
Oh, so all we know is what tower that phone.
For that particular phone call, yes, ma'am.
Okay, and that's the 28 seconds or 24 seconds?
24 seconds, yes, ma'am.
24 seconds phone call we're talking.
Yes, ma'am.
And you're clueless as to who was making what phone call?
I just know that that device called that device. That's all I can tell you.
Ooh, this
Also,
sounds so mean.
oh, I'm sorry.
All right, it's fair. It's like, oh, wow, it's okay.
Didn't mean clueless, but you don't have any idea of.
No, I just know that that device is talking to that other device.
Okay,
That I know for certain.
and this depiction that we were looking at with the 14th Street depiction has nothing to do with Wiley Street. This is not Wiley Street.
No, it's not Wiley Street. No, this is 199 14th Street.
All right, and you said 404 was calling 470.
That's correct, ma'am.
And did you ever see 470 call 404?
No, the only communication between those two devices on the call detail records would, that goes through the network was that one phone call. Now, anything that happens outside of like those tolls, let's say a Facebook call, then that wouldn't be in those records. That would be in a data record.
Okay, and as it pertains to the February 2nd, 2020 date, we have two options.
Okay,
And we're guessing. It could either be a new SIM card, old SIM card
into a new phone.
into a new phone,
Okay.
or a new phone with a new SIM card.
Yes, it could be either one of those.
And you don't know which one.
No.
As it pertains to identifying Mr. Robinson,
Mhm.
you did so based on looking at the still photo
Yes.
and looking at Mr. Robinson.
That's correct.
If I showed you a picture of me on Instagram, you would look at that picture and look at me and say, yeah, that's Ms. Mignon, correct? Same way you identified him.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Nothing further.
And sir, the accused, any other questions on this topic, this set of topics for Investigator Sluss?
Do you have any evidence to, or do you have any evidence to show that any of these numbers that were mentioned, the 470 and the 404, are related or associated with me?
No, not particularly you. I'll let the lead detective explain how he got to those two numbers.
All right.
Just to clarify the distance again, are you familiar with the area where this blue diagram is?
Am I familiar? Yeah, yes, sir, I am.
Just in driving distance, how far do you think Sherwood Forest is to Georgia Tech?
Oh, gosh. Mile and a half, maybe, mile, roughly?
But it'll probably take you how long to get?
Again, I don't know. It depends whether, if I was leaving now, it would take forever. It's about 26 and a half minutes. But if I did it at 3 o'clock in the morning, the time would be different. And I don't know specifically what the time distance would be.
Thank you, sir, for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Your Honor. Am I excused?
You are.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Hiles, I had asked you to get, or your team to get a hard copy of a different presentation. Is that here yet, or will it be here by the end of the day? Because we don't want to wait around for it. Jurors won't have to wait around for it, but is someone taking care of that?
Yeah, I will,
You didn't quite get the full answer.
I'm gonna go get it, while, Ms. Green handles the next one.
Fantastic. The next witness is?
Christian Hooper.
All right.
Can you grab Hooper?
For the sit in your turn and raise your right hand. Swear affirm that testimony you will give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, have a seat. Can you state and spell your name for the record?
Christian Hooper.
Spell
CHRISTIANHOOPER.
Mr. Hooper, I'm going to need you to move a little closer to the microphone. The chair doesn't have wheels, so you got to heave it. We don't want people rolling off the witness stand. Thank you.
Sounds good. All right.
Good, almost evening, Mr. Hooper, maybe evening. How are
Afternoon.
you? Afternoon.
Yeah.
Afternoon. How are you?
Great.
Okay, how old are you?
25.
Okay, and are you in school? Do you work, something else?
I was an Uber driver, so I'm just doing Uber and Lyft right now.
Okay. How old were you in November 2019?
21.
What high school did you go to?
Milton High School in Alpharetta.
Alpharetta. And what year did you graduate?
2017.
So you went from can you tell what years did you go to Milton High School?
From 2014 to 2016, and then I transferred to Independence High School, which is still considered Milton if you graduate.
Okay. So you were at Milton High School from 2014 to 2016? Okay. Do you recall during November 2019 the general area that you were living in? Okay.
So I need you, when you're answering, if it's a yes, to say yes or yeah or yep. and a no, nope, but the court reporter can't take down.
Okay.
Thank you.
Do you recall the general area that you were living in November 2019?
Yes, ma'am.
What area was that?
Roswell,
Okay. What area are you living in now?
Alpharetta.
Okay. Do you recall an incident that occurred on November 8th, 2019?
Can you say the question one more time?
Do you recall an incident that occurred on November 8th, 2019?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Where do you recall the incident occurred?
Somewhere in Atlanta.
Okay. Was it at a house, a business, somewhere else?
It's at a house, Airbnb.
Okay. And how did you get there?
I was transported by my friend Vic Katani
Vic Katani. How do you know Vic Katani?
through high school.
Is Vic his full first name?
Vikyat is his full first name.
Do you know if he goes by any other name?
Vic,
Okay. Victor?
maybe Victor, yep.
And how long have you known him?
Since freshman year, so about 10 years.
Okay. At the time, 2019, freshman year in high school?
2014, freshman year in high school is when I met him as a freshman.
Okay. So as of November 2019, you've known him for 5 years?
Yes,
And why were you invited?
to help him with his music equipment.
And what did you, at the time that, his music equipment for what?
His DJ equipment.
Okay. And when you arrived at the location, what was happening?
Festivities, party.
Okay. Give me some more details. What do you mean?
Dancing, listening to music, and from what most people look like they were in there doing, just socializing.
Okay. Was there any alcohol involved?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what, if any, alcohol did you partake in?
None.
Okay. What, if any, other substances did you partake in?
None.
Okay. How many people were there?
Around possibly 13, 14 that I saw.
Okay. Do you know whether you arrived at the beginning, in the middle?
It was in the middle.
Okay. And when I mean in the middle of the event occurring.
Right.
Okay. Did you know everyone there?
No.
Who did you know there?
Vicat?
So the DJ Victor,
Yes.
anyone else?
No. Besides Lauren, who came to the party a little after I fell asleep.
Okay. And we're gonna get to that. You said Lauren, was there, so you got there, what did you do when you got there?
First got there, I tried to introduce myself to people, didn't know any of them. So went to the couch after that and I dozed off.
What do you recall happening next?
I recall waking up to a door being opened and my friend Vicat getting beat up.
Okay. You mentioned that you knew someone else at the party. Lauren is what you said. Is that Lauren Riley?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Give me a timeline here. Was she before you dozed off or after you woke up?
Before I dozed off.
Okay. And what, if any, interaction did you have with Lauren?
She gave me a brief hug and a hey, how are you doing? So nice to see you.
How do you know Lauren?
Through high school,
Which I know you went to which high school?
Milton High School.
Okay. And what grade was she in relation to you?
I don't know specifically.
Were you in the same class?
No.
Okay. As of November 2019, how long have you known Lauren?
I haven't known Lauren. She was just someone that I recognized. So, this probably a year
Prior to this?
prior to the
The
incident.
incident?
Yeah.
Okay, you stated that you woke up. What happened?
Woke up and I saw two people in masks. One of them placed their hand on Vic Katandi's shoulder and told him to get down in a quiet voice. Vic turned around and looked confused because he might have thought they were people from the party that were like partaking in a Halloween party. And he got beat up after he didn't get down the first time. So he got stomped on the ground and blood came out of his head.
Where was he stomped on the ground?
In the head.
About how many times?
Can't tell you. I don't remember.
And you said they were wearing masks.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you describe the masks?
Off of my memory, I cannot. Generically, like it was a clown or it was a moon or just, you know, there were masks, so you didn't see faces.
I had my hands over my eyes. So as far as I can tell, some type of a purge mask.
Were you able to tell the difference in stature?
Build, no.
Okay. Were you able to tell whether they are male or female?
No.
Okay. Okay. I know you said they were wearing masks. Did they have anything else when they walked in the door?
Yeah, firearms.
Okay. One of them, both of them?
Both of them.
Okay. Now, you stated just now that you covered your eyes. At what point during this incident did you cover your eyes?
Right after Vic got hit the first time, it was almost like a reflex, and then for the duration of everything that partook, I was like this.
Okay, now let the record reflect that you're putting your hands over your eyes with your fingers open.
Yeah, with partial vision, yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you saw some things.
Yes, ma'am.
At any point, did you have an interaction with the two people with guns and masks?
Can you describe interaction one more time?
So an interaction would be, I'm gonna give some examples, a conversation, speaking, touching, any type of interaction.
Yes.
Okay, tell us about that interaction.
I was on the couch and one of the gunmen stole my wallet and you know, push me around a little bit. Yes, ma'am.
Take your time. It's okay. Push you around a little bit.
Mhm.
Can you describe that? Explain.
In a way of someone trying to hurriedly get someone to turn over with 175 pounds that I weigh, with one hand on me and the other hand on the weapon that they had.
Okay. The hand that was on you, where was that hand on your body?
My back region,
Okay. Anywhere else on your body?
my ribs.
Okay. And did you feel that contact?
Yes, ma'am.
How long did that physical interaction last, if you can recall?
$10 seconds.
You said that he took your wallet. When did you discover that?
I looked in my pocket and I didn't realize that I didn't have my wallet. I felt it being taken out. Yes, ma'am.
Was your wallet recovered?
Yes, ma'am.
How was it recovered?
I believe through the other Christian. He somehow got my wallet, and I think I heard through either Vic Catani or.
Oh, so let's not talk about what other people told you, just what you know. So if that statement was going to include what someone told you, let's just go off of what you know. Do you know how you got your wallet back?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry if I interrupted you then. I apologize.
No, it's fine. I know I was told by Vic Catani that.
So don't go into what Vic told you. If he handed you your wallet, then the answer is you got it back from Vic. If he told you to call someone and you called that person, you got it back, that's how you got it back. So we're just trying to figure out, in the end, Mr. Hooper had his wallet back, maybe with no money left in it, but he got his wallet back. How'd you get your wallet back?
I never received my wallet back.
Did you learn at some point that someone had found your wallet?
Yes, sir.
But you never got it back?
No, Your Honor.
Because you chose not to, or you tried to connect with that person and they didn't show up?
Tried to connect with that person and wasn't able to get in contact.
And you learned that someone else had found your wallet or had your wallet through whom?
Vic Catani.
Okay, thank you.
After your interactions with the people with the weapons, with the firearms, what happened next?
They got the money and they left the door and they left us all alive.
They got the money.
Mhm.
Who is that?
The people in masks.
And guns.
Yes.
What money?
The money that apparently they came to get.
And after they left, did you have any more interactions with them? Before they,
The gunmen?
Yes.
No, ma'am.
Before they left? Okay. After they left, what did you do?
I tried to leave as soon as possible. Woke up and tried to get my friend Vic up. Other people surrounded him, I believe, as well. But he took me there, and I just wanted him to get up and be okay. And so he was.
In your answer just now, you said you woke up. Were you out?
I woke up in a sense of now I can move. I can get out of the situation. Before, when the gunmen were there, I felt like if I were to say anything wrong, I would have not been here.
So you got up?
Yes,
Okay,
got up instead
got
of saying woke up.
Okay. And when you got up, where was your friend Vic.
Over the floor.
Okay. And at this time, the state publishes State's Exhibit 9.
Was there any statements I wanted to deny?
No. 1 second. I'm talking to the court.
She's talking to the court reporter, so
The reporter.
the record she's making the record. You're gonna see a picture in front of you in just a minute, and there may be questions for you about that picture.
The picture is,
Well, there's not a question yet.
Wait.
Why don't you start asking the
Okay.
question? It'll get bigger as we work through it.
All right, and what is in State's Exhibit 9?
my friend's blood on the ground, and the sofa I was lying on.
Okay. And there is a tool on the computer screen that if you touch it, you're able to circle
Mhm.
in the bottom left-hand corner.
So tap the screen with a finger, and then see that little circle that appeared in the corner, tap it again. Now your finger is a pen, and it may be Ms. Green asked you to mark some things.
Thank you, Judge. You explain it way better. Can you please mark where you were at on the sofa? Okay, I'll wait for it to appear. Is it?
Did it appear on your screen?
Yes.
Okay, it'll make it. It's just, the later we go in the day, the slower the internet goes. I think we pay daily and our money is running out.
Yeah, no, so it disappeared as soon as I put where I was on the couch.
What disappeared?
The circle I just put on the couch,
So,
it'll disappear in about,
look at that. Okay, I don't know what's going on, but there's a couch. You were on that couch.
yes.
Got it. Next question.
Yes. I'm sorry, threw me off. You stated that after the assailants left, you went to help your friend. What was his condition?
He was in pain
Okay.
and drowsy.
Where was he, from what you observed, where was he injured?
In his head.
Okay. And was he able to speak to you?
Yes.
Okay. Was he awoke?
Yes.
Okay. You stated that you asked him to get off the floor. Was he able to immediately?
No.
What'd you do?
Don't recall.
Okay. Okay. What do you recall happening next?
I recall going outside and calling my girlfriend at the time and asking to be taken home. I just got robbed.
And did someone pick you up?
Yes.
Okay. And where'd you go?
Home.
At that time, well, did you ever return to the house that night?
No.
After that night, did you have any communication with law enforcement after that night?
Yes.
Okay. And what was that communication? What, don't answer that. Where did you meet up with with law enforcement?
They told us to meet at Starbucks.
Okay. What did you assist, or if you did assist, what did you provide for law enforcement?
I believe law enforcement asked me if I remembered anyone there or knew anyone there. and I said, my friend Vicatani, and there was another girl who went to my high school, and I don't remember her name off the top of my head from when I was explaining it to him. And he was like, do you want to go to your high school and show me who you might have seen? And I was like, if it helps.
Do you recall viewing anything? Pictures, yearbooks?
Yearbook pictures.
Okay. Were you able to identify the person that you saw that night?
Yes.
And who did you identify?
Lauren
Do you recall Lauren's last name?
Riley.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. Ms. Mignot, questions for Mr. Hooper?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, Mr. Hooper. My name is Marcia Mignot. I represent Mr. Tyrone Robinson sitting next to me here at council table. When you testified on direct a few seconds ago, you informed opposing counsel that you had covered your eyes and you depicted it as if you covered your eyes with both hands. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. And you covered your eyes to, is it fair to say you covered your eyes to prevent from seeing what was going on?
I covered my eyes out of fear and instinct, not to necessarily not see what was going on. I did care for my friend Vic, but just trying to keep my eyes open to make sure I wasn't going to get shot in the back. So I covered my eyes, but just enough to where I was able to see him being stomped. And yeah.
Okay. And council has exhibit 9 still depicted. Can you see it on your screen?
Yes, ma'am.
When you say you were sleeping on the couch, when you're covering your eyes, were you laying on the couch on your stomach or were you on the floor?
I was on my side, on the couch.
You're on your side.
Yes, ma'am.
And did you have your face in the direction of the back of the couch?
That I don't recall, but I do recall that pillow. And so more than likely my head was on that pillow.
And that means if your head is on that pillow facing that direction, your back is facing towards the little center table that we're looking at?
Yes.
Okay. And the persons who entered the property that was invading and robbing, they were standing close to where the blood was?
They moved around, but for where the blood is where one of the men in masks stomped on my friend Vic. And another gunman I remember was right maybe on the side of the couch, because I remember him standing where I thought that he could shoot my spine and it could be over.
Okay, so he was standing on the opposite side of the couch close to where we're seeing that printer in the photo?
No. On the other side of the printer.
Why don't we try this? Now it's getting confusing. Are you able to draw something?
Yeah,
Okay,
so.
now, see what happens. I don't know why it goes away.
Or he can stand up and point.
Yeah, why don't you point on the big TV where it is you're saying this person was standing?
Right here.
Okay, and is that the area where you go upstairs? Because I'm not looking at the rails of a stairs there.
You're seeing stairs that are going up, I believe, this way. And yeah, I mean, standing right here, like how I'm at, to this is where he was to that arm.
Okay, and can you describe the guy that was standing there?
No.
Okay, can you describe the other guy that you said stomped on your friend in the area where the blood is?
No, ma'am, to be very clear, I can only describe the one witness I saw, which was Lauren.
Okay, so the only person you can describe is Lauren Riley that went to school with you?
Yes, ma'am.
Now let's talk about, did any one of the individuals go upstairs?
I believe so.
And which one, do you recall?
didn't see anyone that I could recognize go upstairs.
Okay. As it pertains to you testified that, I believe, your phone, was it that you didn't get, or was it your wallet?
My wallet.
Okay. And you don't know if, in fact, as we sit here today,
Mhm.
you cannot testify that my client was one of any of the two individuals that took your wallet, correct?
No, ma'am.
In fact, you also cannot state to this jury that my client had stomped on your friend's head when you saw your friend getting stomped on, correct?
I don't know your client. Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Nothing further, Judge.
Turning to the accused, sir, do you have any questions for Mr. Hooper? All right, any redirect?
Yes, just one clarification. Your back was not facing.
That would be leading, Your Honor.
That would be leading, so let's ask it a different way.
Okay. What way was your face facing in this photo when you're laying on the sofa?
If you opened your eyes when you were laying down, what would you be looking at?
In front of me, I would be looking in front of me, and I would see all the kids on another couch that was facing me, the two gunmen that came in initially, and that's it.
Okay, so you were not facing the cushions of the beige couch. So if you were lying on your side and opened your eyes, you wouldn't have just been seeing the cushions. It sounds like you were leaning so that if you opened your eyes, you'd be looking away from the cushions of the couch.
I'm so sorry.
Were you lying on your back, your side, or your stomach?
Lying on my side.
Okay, so if you were lying on one side and you opened your eyes, you're looking at the couch. That's all you'd see.
Oh, no, I'm not looking. Yeah, I'm not faced towards the back of the couch.
You're faced the other way.
I'm faced towards the area.
Okay, thank you. Any recross, Ms. Mignot?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Nothing else, sir?
No, sir.
Okay, any questions from the jurors? None? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Hooper.
Thank you.
Appreciate your time. We are going to stop for the day. I appreciate each of the 13 of you giving us a little extra time, going past 5. That allowed us to get through a few more witnesses. I'm going to discuss with the parties after you leave where they think we are in this process so that tomorrow morning I can give you a sense of where we are. Almost done, halfway done, not done at all. Whatever these lawyers say, they've got a better sense now that we have a pace going. I'd like to start at 9 a.m. We can do that if all of you are back here by 9 a.m. Please do your best to do that. I didn't explain, I put a phone number, that's my handwriting, on the whiteboard in there before any of you got here. I did it Monday night. That's the phone number to my chambers. That's what you should call if you are stuck. You wake up in the morning and you have no tires on your car, or you have a kid who's sick and you need to deal with that. There is a crisis. Please call that number, because then someone on my team will get it and we'll know juror X is okay, alive, and is doing his or her best to get here, but might be 10 minutes late. Because then Deputy Gordon can poke his head in the jury room and say, we're okay, we're going to get going, because we cannot start until all of you are here. We just worry less. We don't need to send him or one of his colleagues out to your house to pick you up if you call. So if you're stuck in traffic, one of the lawyers did that today. Thought maybe I won't be here by 12:30. Call that number. Weird traffic on 285. Thank you for the heads up. Managed to get here by 12:30. We didn't start at 12:30, but that wasn't because of that lawyer or anything like that. So that's my request. Continuing instructions. 1, no outside research. You have mastered the art of writing the questions down. And do your best to not interact with anyone about this case. There's a little bit of media coverage, not as much as that trial going on in Manhattan. Read all you want about the Manhattan trial. Don't read about the Atlanta trial. Any logistical questions? Thank you for your time. We'll see you in the morning. All right, I have two logistical things we need to handle on the record, and I'll see if there's anything from you all. One is, Mr. Pritchett, the accused, you were not out here when we were dealing with signing the indictment. Mr. Robinson has signed it, indicating his plea of not guilty. His lawyer signed it, the prosecutor signed it. I can enter a plea of not guilty for someone who refuses to do it. The law authorizes me to do that, but I want to give you an opportunity to sign it if you want to. I just need you to tell me on the record, yep, I'll sign it, indicating my plea of not guilty, or I refuse to sign it, or I'm pleading guilty. I just need to know your preference, and if you're going to sign it, I'll have Deputy Gordon hand it to you, and you can do it. Otherwise, I will indicate your plea of not guilty. Well, you're finding your papers. Mr. Hiles, do you have a copy of the Miller PowerPoint that I can watch you hand to Mr. Pritchett so we know that he has it in advance? No clip.
Yeah.
Okay.
I just want to, I do want to make the only difference.
Why is there any difference?
Because when I printed it, it cut off the title. It cut off, it should say Maxx Pritchett there.
Okay.
That's the only, it just cut off as it printed as a PDF.
Okay, but all the other pages are what's in the
Everything.
Demonstrative aid you're going to use with Miller.
Everything else is the same.
Okay.
That would be great.
All right, before you hand it to him, Mr. Pritchett, I need to know, signing, not signing?
I can't determine that without the contract.
Okay, that's all I need to know. If you would hand to Mr. Pritchett the PowerPoint that you'll be using with Miller, and Ms. Mignot and her team already have that.
Yes, Your Honor.
Presumably it's the same thing. I'm not asking you to commit. It's the same thing. We have what I believe to be the same thing that was just printed out and will be used with Miller.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Hiles, where are we in terms of progress? We have a jury that reluctantly committed through Monday. It will be a bad development if we push past Monday. And so you're going to decide if we're going to bring in every victim to say, I couldn't see who did it. But I guess you have to prove that something got taken from them. So, but that would be this long, and not asking them where they live now or where they used to live. It doesn't have anything to do with what's going on now. But tell me where you think you are in presenting your case.
So I think we'll get it, I think it's gonna go to Monday. I don't think my case will necessarily.
I'm just asking your case.
It's looking like, my guess is that maybe rest Friday.
Maybe as in it could be earlier, or maybe it could be Monday.
I don't see us getting through everything we need to get, like, maybe it could be Monday. I don't see it being earlier than, like, tomorrow will actually be the first full day of testimony, but.
Will it be a full day? We'll be able to start at 9 a.m.? I mean, assuming all the stars align, there will be a prosecutor in here with witnesses ready to go at 9 a.m.
There will, and I have made arrangements for Adam Abadi to handle, if we get through,
You don't need to, I just want to, you've answered my question. With Ms. Green and Mr. Abadi, we will power through the morning during the period you can't be here.
yes.
Excellent. That's all I need to know there, unless you need to add something now.
Yes, if, we've got him for the morning. If I'm maybe pushing, I might ask for like a mid-morning break, but I think I can be here by like 10:15.
But the morning is 9 until lunchtime.
They will be, I don't think they'll run out of witnesses. We'll be good.
Okay, then you show up when you show up. I don't want to rush you in any way. That's why I appreciate you lining up, Mr. Abate, Ms. Green, maybe taking things she wasn't going to take. What I'm hearing you say is the morning is all set, and your need to be away isn't going to interfere with our need to keep the case moving.
Yeah, and I do think tomorrow will be, I know tomorrow is between Ms. Kallish, Ms. Riley, and Maldonado, that will be the longest witnesses of the case, and I think it will power through those, I think it will be much better.
Okay, we'll do what we can. Ms. Mignot, right now, having dealt with some of the state's case, are you envisioning having witnesses? I guess you don't know because the ones you flagged are parents of Riley and Kallish. And so until they testify, other than your client taking the stand, you wouldn't know if you're calling any of those four.
Correct.
But that's your universe of witnesses, other than the state's witness list. If they don't call someone, you're always free to say, well, hey, I thought you might call this person. I'm bringing them in.
Yes.
Okay, all right. Let's do what we can to keep moving things along. I don't know what the jurors will say if they have to come back on Tuesday. You didn't ask me to qualify them for Tuesday. So we proceed at our peril if we spill over into Tuesday. Anything logistically from the state? All right, Ms. Mignot, anything from you?
In my defense, I did say 2 weeks.
Okay, but that's not what we qualified the jurors for. So we live with the bed that we have collectively made. Anything logistically?
No, Judge, we should be ready tomorrow.
Okay, and there was a little bit of a, did we get Mr. Robinson his clothes in time? I don't know if he got, were there more clothes brought in for him? Okay, so tomorrow we'll be able to switch out? Great. And Mr. Pritchett, look sharp today. If you need additional clothes, your family just needs to work through Deputy Gordon. If you want to be wearing something different tomorrow, 100% up to you, not requiring you to do anything other than we can't get you different clothes if they don't get to Deputy Gordon. Okay?
Again, I'm gonna ask this for again, can they appoint standby counsel or anything? Because I may call witnesses and I know I'm gonna need to cover that. Like I said, my defense has been completely impaired just from the circumstances, and now, I've been denied full discovery. And
okay. So I don't find you've been denied full discovery. And one of the things we talked about during the Ferretta hearing was how it would be more complicated for someone representing himself, in particular, someone in custody, to get witnesses here. So I know you have resources on the outside, and maybe those resources on the outside can assist you, but you are representing yourself at your request. We're gonna go off the record now. Thank you, Ms. Rivers, for a long day, and we'll see everyone as close to 9 a.m. as we can get started. And make sure you leave the pen here. Thank you.